right, if everyone could take their seats, we're going to get started. Just a couple minutes late. I'd actually like to open tonight's meeting. We intended to adjourn last meeting on this note, but the meeting got a little away from us. I do want to open the meeting in honor and memory of Tom Canterbury, who passed away recently. Many of you knew him as TC, and he's been a fixture. He was a fixture in our community for a long time, particularly in the youth sports and many other volunteer organizations. He passed away on Friday, June 28th at the age of 71, surrounded by his family. He was the loving husband of the cog behind the city, Carol Canterbury, and a devoted father to his two sons, Mickey and PJ. He had a deep love for youth sports, and in fact, his memorial service will be at Heasley Field. And he is described as a beacon of kindness, dedication, and community spirit. So he left his indelible mark on our community, and his memory will continue to inspire us all. So I wanted to offer my condolences to his family, to our entire community, really, at the loss of such a dedicated and important citizen, and hopefully folks can make the memorial service later this year. Thank you very much. On that note, Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Mayor Kelly Creeves.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Robert Parkhurst.
Present.
Councilmember Edward Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Jean Goss.
Here.
And Councilmember Christine Lowe.
Present.
Madam Mayor, we have a quorum this evening.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Goss, would you like to lead the Pledge of Allegiance?
I'd love to. Please rise if you're able and face the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. So I've been tasked with the inspiration/invocation for the evening, and I think you're all aware that we're going to be discussing, among other things, wildlife and our city's relationship to the natural world, specifically the national forest that our city abuts. So I thought it'd be appropriate to delve back into history and take a few quotes from Theodore Roosevelt, who was one of the first conservationists to come up with the idea that we should even have national forests and national parks, and that we should actually value nature as a national agenda. And so I want to just start with a few quotes from him, and then I have some quotes from him on character as well, which I think are somewhat inspiring. Quote, "The lack of power to take joy in outdoor nature is as real a misfortune as the lack of power to take joy in books." I love this one. "Here is your country. Cherish these natural wonders. Cherish the natural resources. Cherish the history and romance as sacred heritage for your children and your children's children." Sorry. You can tell it's close to home. "Do not let selfish men or greedy interests skin your country of its beauty, its riches, or its romance. The nation behaves well if it treats the natural resources as assets, which it must turn over to the next generation, increased and not impaired in value. I recognize the right and duty of this generation to develop and use the natural resources of our land, but I do not recognize the right to waste them or to rob them by wasteful use the generations that come after us." I have some quotes on character from TR2 to finish off. "Courage is not having the strength to go on. It is going on when you don't have the strength. No man needs sympathy because he has to work, because he has a burden to carry. Far and away the best prize that life offers is the chance to work hard at work worth doing." And finally, on a lighter note, and I love this one, "If you kick the person in the pants responsible for most of your trouble, you wouldn't sit for a month." Madam Mayor, I yield the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Our next item on the agenda is approval of our agenda, but we've been asked to add to the agenda a 2/3 vote of the council to add an item to the agenda that was not on the posted one. to follow up on an item that we spoke about a number of meetings ago about approving moving forward with a development of a pickleball court at the tennis courts in the Sierra Vista Park. We apparently need to have a more formal resolution, so I would like to ask for a motion to add that 2/3 vote agenda addition to the agenda, and then we can vote on that.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do we need to decide where on the agenda?
I think it goes on consent, thank you.
Okay.
So with that amendment, would someone like to make a motion to approve the amended agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. How about a motion to approve reading of resolutions and ordinance by title only?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. So mayor and city council reports are next. I understand
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Lowe came well prepared, so she would like to go first.
Do we have the minutes?
I don't
Yes.
have that on my agenda, so let's do this first and then we'll go to minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
No worries.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll report first. It hasn't been that busy of a week, but it's kind of nice. On 7/14, the last Sunday, 2 Sundays ago, Jean Fredericks is one of our amazing local women who turned 100 years old. She is one of the Priscillas of Sierra Madre. If you all know what the Priscillas are, they're a very worthwhile women's group that has done a lot for our city. And so the city gave her a proclamation, and right after her birthday wishes, we handed it to her and read it to her, and it was like the most moving thing to see her so excited, and everyone was so enthralled with the celebration. So it was really exciting. The lunch with the mayor was amazing, and it's a lunch that Mayor Krebs puts together with staff for the employees of Sierra Madre. It was fantastic at City Hall on Monday, 7/15, and awards go to different people, which she'll mention more on. Community Service Commission was great because Huck Finn is coming back. That commission met on 7/15 also. Mount Wilson Trail brought in $2,094 for the Sierra Madre Search and Rescue Group. And the Sierra Vista Park had some delays, but it is getting completed and it looks fantastic. I've been driving by. And then on 7/18, the Planning Commission met, and all they had was a modified design of a home on Sierra Madre Meadows from a 2-story that was approved to a single story for to help people as they age. We know that it's a little harder to go up and down stairs. So that was it.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Sure.
Sure.
Councilmember Garcia?
So yes, I did miss the July 11th Senior Community Services meeting. I was unable to make it because of work. But it's my understanding that both of our new commissioners did join, brought some snacks as well. It's my understanding Commissioner Hydorf brought some stuff, and Commissioner Carney was there as well. And a reappointed Commissioner Kroc at the chair. So she'll be chairing for another year. I also joined the mayor and staff on the 15th for the mayor's lunch. It was great. Food was great. It's just a great opportunity for us to sit down with staff and have conversations outside of the city and get to know each other. So it was a wonderful event, and it's great to see the longevity awards that that so many staff members are receiving for being here for so long. We're grateful for that. And just on a side note, I probably should have mentioned all of the youth sports, but I guess since my son's on this team, I'll mention that the Sierra Madre Pony 14 U team won the East region for the Western Zone. They went undefeated through the tournament. I think they scored 26 runs and to 2. I think only 2 were scored against them. So they had a very successful tournament, and our city manager did attend the game on Sunday, so thank you for supporting our youth sports here in town. And that concludes my report. Well, they're going to be in the super regional starting on Thursday, so look out for that. They're a really talented team, and I think they're hoping to go to Pennsylvania and be in the Pony World Series, but we'll see.
Very cool.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. Sure.
Just one thing to report. I was at the Library Board of Trustees meeting last night, 1 hour and a half, somewhat long. A lot of business was conducted. I think the most lively discussion was when I made my report to the Board of Trustees, informed them that we were going to be discussing bears tonight. And that engendered quite a discussion, and we'll leave it at that. But they're all very excited about, members of the board are all very excited about the development of the library meaningful project, and the hope that we're going to actually have a groundbreaking in September. And they're actually going to meet a special meeting in August just because they want to be on top of that and make sure that nothing falls between the cracks. So good to hear.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. So on July 10th, Councilmember Garcia and myself had a subcommittee meeting to discuss user fees and review some of the feedback and the discussion that we had on council. So that's coming back to us tonight. That was a very helpful meeting, and I appreciate all the work that staff and our consultant did and really kind of looking at our fees. I think it was the first time in 14 years that we'd looked at them, so I think that was really good. There was a board meeting of the Clean Power Alliance on July 11th. There was nothing to report from that. I do want to thank Councilmember Lowe for filling in for me at the Community Services Commission. I was out of town, and that was the same day of the mayor's lunch, so my apologies for not making that. And that's my report.
Thank you. So I don't have much to add. I obviously hosted the mayor's lunch, but hosted by showing up. Roberta and staff did all of the work, so I will not take any credit for the preparations. We had a lovely burger food truck at the yard, and just a really great time. A skosh hot, but what do you expect for July? So that was, but it was a great time, and it was really great to see everybody and celebrate some of our longest tenured staff, and we had quite a robust raffle. I feel like 1 in 2 people won the raffle, so lots of people walked away with great gift cards thanks to our sponsors, and so it was really just a nice time, and I appreciated the time with staff, and hopefully they had a good time being able to mingle with their coworkers. And then I was unable to make the Natural Resource Commission meeting last week, but I understand that they talked about starting up an education campaign to educate the community on state laws that exist prohibiting use of rodenticides, and that they also chose their new chair, Dr. Allison Evans. So they will be dark in August, and will come back in September like the council. And those are the report of my activities. And then more formal city announcements. This Sunday is the Sunday everyone waits for every summer. Elvis will be not in the building, but in the park on this Sunday from 6 to 8. I guess 2nd is our next family movie night, and it's Kung Fu Panda 4, and that will start at dusk. As you well know, with the large calendar that our librarian shared a few meetings ago, the library is in full swing with all of their summer programs. They have reading programs, puppet shows, arts and crafts, and more. And so just check out the calendar for some event that I'm sure will be interesting to you. Seniors 60 years of age and up can participate in the YWCA lunch program that's held at the Hart Park House Monday through Thursday at 11:30. Meals are a suggested donation of $3 for seniors and $5 for non-senior guests. You do not need to make a reservation, and they would love to see you there to keep that program going. It's a really amazing program that the Senior Commission plans and fundraises for. And I thought I was done with this, but we are looking to fill a commission vacancy. We did, as you know, at our last meeting, fill 2 spots on the Senior Commission and 1 on the Planning Commission, but we do have an opening on our Natural Resource Commission. So please apply for that, or let your friends know to apply for that as soon as possible. We'd like to fill that vacancy because it now is a 4-person commission currently. So please get those applications in soon. And that concludes my announcements. So I will open it up to public comment for items not on the agenda, and recall that we welcome and, oh, the minutes, thank you. So, sorry, we have 2 sets of minutes on our agenda for approval. One is our last meeting, and then one is for the June 25th meeting. Were there any comments?
Madam Mayor, the City Clerk's Office received a number of comments from Mayor Pro Tem Parkhurst requesting clarification, and all the requests were non-substantive.
All right, if anyone else has any comments or would like to move to approve?
Move to approve.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Okay, thank you for your reminder. All right, now, public comment, not on the minutes but for items not on the agenda.
Madam Mayor, we have one speaker card, and she was just here for Lisa, and I do remember she told us, thank you.
Like a koozie.
Tell us last time how to pronounce her name.
Shy about it, it's fine. Hi, good evening. I am just here to update you. It's going to be, I know you're not going to be here in August, so some of the PUSD back to school issues and dates to be aware of. I also brought over, and I will email this, there's a Time article about public schools and Project 2025. I posted it on my personal Facebook page, and I'll leave this article and email it to you guys all as well. Save the dates for when we're going back to school. Sierra Madre Elementary has new family orientation and play date August 17th, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. It also has their welcome back August 17th, 10 a.m. to noon. And then Willard has their TK Kinder play date from August 10th, 9 a.m. to 10:30 at Eaton Blanche. Willard has an ice cream social August 16th, 4:30 to 5:30. Don Benito has a new family play date and orientation August 4th, 3:30 to 5:30 at Don Benito. And we have our welcome back fair at Don Benito August 15th, 5:30 to 7 p.m. And I believe Don Benito and Sierra Madre Elementary both have coffee the first day of school right after school opens. So those are events for parents to be aware of. And there's a little bit of news. Pasadena High School's fairly new principal, Matthew Kodama, is in, and it was really exciting when I read about some of the projects that he had done in other places, establishing a Femineers all-girl engineering club and a project leading the way to engineering pathways. So I'm hoping that at PUSD that continues. PHS for Measure O, PHS is having digital security upgrades, ADA access upgrades, and a campus identity, and new irrigation lines across the campus. Sierra Madre Elementary has improvements including asphalt repairs, privacy fencing, play structures, and green spaces. So hopefully those things are going to look better in August. We're making little improvements. And good news about the district, PUSD was named favorite school district in the Southern California News Group's 23rd Annual Best of San Gabriel. 12 of the schools specifically favorited were Washington STEM Magnet, Hamilton, McKinley School, Altadena Arts Magnet, Willard Elementary, Sierra Madre Elementary, Jackson STEM Dual Language, Don Benito Fundamental, Pasadena High, John Muir Early College, Marshall Fundamental, and Blair. So we had quite a few of the schools in our very own District 6, and I thought that was fantastic news, and I wanted to share.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Madam Mayor, I don't have any other speaker cards for non-agenda items.
Great. So we have moved, before our typical presentations, our discussion item regarding wildlife encounters in the city. And I know Management Analyst James Carlson is going to present, and we also have representatives from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. But I think Management Analyst Carlson is going to start.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, and aloha. Just really quick, I am going to review a couple of the latest statistics that I have received from our Sierra Madre Police Department. I want to recap some of the efforts that the City of Sierra Madre has made in the last few years, and then I will turn it over to our friends over at the Department of Fish and Wildlife for the rest of the discussion. Going from 2020 to 2023, we can see Sierra Madre Police Department calls for service, we call that CFS, regarding black bears. Any kind of call for service regarding black bears. Starting in 2020, we had 98. Last year, we had a total of 374. One of the other breakdowns that the Sierra Madre Police Department has provided for me is what we call intrusions. Going back to 2020, we didn't have any bears within structures. Last year was an all-time high of 48. This year so far, you can kind of see in January, we really didn't have much activity. We didn't have much in February. In March, just a trickle. April, we started to get a lot more calls for service, and that correlates with a one intrusion. And we are also starting to keep track of what we call habituated bears. The most common call for an habituated bear is a bear that has taken up living underneath a house. There's a few other things, but that's really the most common habituated call that our police department's getting. Progressing into May, June, and July so far, you can see the similar uptick that we had last year. On the intrusion side, we're seeing a little bit more than we were last year at this month. Not a big difference, but we are looking at 13 intrusions last month and 9 intrusions as of when I put this together so far for July. Again, 10 habituated bears. The police department is also now tracking attempted intrusions. And at this point, as of when I put this PowerPoint together, there was 18 year to date. That's not a monthly figure, that's year to date. I do want to remind the council and our audience here of the actions that the City of Sierra Madre has been taking. Starting with our wildlife management plan, and I'm pleased to announce that the City Council did approve the first update of it. We started with the Natural Resources Commission in conjunction with Fish and Wildlife, and it was just February of 22 that we were able to put together a robust wildlife plan. We did pare that down, as I mentioned a couple meetings ago, to focus on the 3 focus animals, species: black bears, mountain lions, and coyotes. And with that update in June, we were able now to launch our Wildlife Watch program, and I'll mention that in just a moment. Education and outreach is consistent with our plan. We are reaching out with education on attractant management as well as a hazing campaign. We have evolved to a responsible hazing campaign where you really need to know your situation, your environment, before you try to chase a bear into oncoming traffic or into unsuspecting neighbors next door. We passed the prohibition on feeding wildlife, and that was just in April of 2022. The City Council approved amendment to the agreement with Athens Services, and now every residential customer has a bear-resistant can. We're listing that as complete in June of 2023. The cans took a little while to roll out. Workshops. We have still hosted 7 different workshops in the last 3 years with our friends from the Department of Fish and Wildlife that have been very well attended. We intend to keep doing that. On Resolution 2312, we got to a point in April of last year where the City Council declared the proliferation of black bears a threat to public safety in Sierra Madre. And we did get some regional attention for that action. Regional efforts, City Manager Reynoso and I have been very active trying to find a backup plan in case we lose some of the talent from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. A lot of us were accustomed to seeing Mackenzie Rich, who was a wildlife conflict specialist biologist. She did the majority of the workshops that we had for our community, and she unfortunately is no longer in that position. From what I understand, it was a lateral or even a promotion, so we're happy for her. But our efforts to work around the region with the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments was with that in mind. If they're not going to have the funding to continue a relatively local specialist to help Sierra Madre and the cities in our valley, maybe we can go find an alternative way to fund this help that we really need. So that's the regional efforts. I can provide an update on that if needed. Again, Wildlife Watch, we launched it. First meeting was last week. We have 3 captains now, Wildlife Watch captains, each representing one of the passionate and active volunteer groups that we have in the community. At this time, they're going to their volunteers with the wildlife management plan. That's going to be key. They need to know that from the front cover to back cover. They also were provided with the City of Sierra Madre Volunteer Handbook to know what being a volunteer in the City of Sierra Madre entails. They will also go through some background checking. As soon as we have completed that, the Department of Fish and Wildlife will have a 3-day training, approximately 4 or 5 hours per day, for the volunteers that have been vetted. 2 of those days will be in the classroom. The 3rd day will be our volunteers going with representatives of the Department of Fish and Wildlife door to door to practice their outreach and to get a feeling under the guidance of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So we are very excited about that. I know there's a couple people in the audience on that group. That's about it. I will get out of the way and let the members of the Department of Fish and Wildlife take over. We have with us Aaron Wilson, who is the South Coast Regional Manager. We also have Assistant Chief Struble and Captain Collins, who will be here with the presentation and available to answer your questions. So let me just queue up their PowerPoint and I'll be right back.
I think I drew the short end of the stick and have to do all the talking. Stick. That doesn't work, does it? Ready? Is it easy?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I can manage that. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Again, my name is Aaron Wilson. I'm the South Coast Regional Manager for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So as the regional manager, I represent the department and I manage all of the other programs, including wildlife, habitat conservation planning, and big game and lands, and manage our lands program for the 5 coastal counties. So that would be Santa Barbara to San Diego. So today I was asked to update the City Council on our conflict bear policy and our procedures. And so I will go through this PowerPoint for you, and then if you have any questions, I can answer those or attempt to. I will say that I was supposed to have our wildlife biologist here, but he was sick today. So if you, at the end of the day, I can't answer your questions, I can totally answer those later. So where are we? Where's the, oh, sorry, I can't see that. So, so to understand the department's role, first, the department was established by the Fish and Game Commission as a trustee and regulatory agency to essentially implement the regulations through Fish and Game Code. Ultimately, our goal is to protect and maintain healthy wildlife populations while overseeing their recreational, commercial, scientific, and educational use. So as part of that, we also provide human-wildlife conflict and incident response. So what I wanted to kind of go over today is what our policy is. The department's bear policy was updated on February 15th, 2022, and it can be found on the department's website. And then an addendum was issued in February of this year. So basically the policy defines how the department responds to incidents and categorizes the bears and establishes how we report and how we respond to those incidences. In many areas, the bear's natural behavior, foraging habitats, distribution, and numbers have been altered by human encroachment and access to anthropogenic food sources that may lead to altered behavior, resulting in a decreased fear of people and increased incidence of human-bear conflicts. So the department recognizes that this situation and seeks to avoid and minimize human and bear conflicts. The policy aims to shift that behavior of bears back to their natural fear of humans and use of natural habitats. The policy provides education on public responsibility, animal welfare, and wildlife conservation. The policy outlines the responsibilities of the department staff and the forensic lab. But to understand the policy and how we respond, I want to go over the definitions for you, because that might vary a little different from what your police department would identify in the wildlife management plan. So what is a conflict bear? Per the policy, a conflict bear is a bear that requires action from the department, law enforcement, local jurisdictions, or the public. So types of conflict bear reports include no harm, no foul, habituated, depredation, and public safety. So a bear that's just wandered into the neighborhood and is just generally lurking around and not doing anything is what we would call a no harm, no foul bear. So it's not looking for confrontation. It's not in anyone's house, and it's generally easy to disperse. Sometimes these may be juveniles that are dispersing from moms to their natural range. In these cases, the bears need adequate space and time to find natural corridors, and it will generally leave on its own. Depending on the circumstances, these bears can be hazed or relocated back to the nearest habitat. For example, we moved a Chatsworth bear a couple weeks ago and put it in the Angeles National Forest. And then we've been working for a week to capture the Sierra Madre bear, which I think may be updated soon. So I think it's important to note that these bears move far, and sometimes these bears can move far and sometimes they don't. But there's not a lot known on the bear's population and habitat in Southern California. So this year the department's starting a population study on the bears. So we'll be collaring and monitoring where the bears go, and that will provide us some pretty useful information. The next type of bear is the general nuisance and habituated bear. These bears are similar in management response to the no harm, no foul bear. There's no property damage that has occurred, but the bear is learning it can find food in human areas via trash, fruit, trees, pets, food, birdseed, etc. And bears are so intelligent that they can and often do learn the trash pickup schedule. Because they've been able to find what we would call unsecured food or water sources, their presence in the neighborhood increases, and they often begin to ignore certain hazing attempts, or instead of running away, they might just saunter away temporarily and only to return. These bears show little to no overt reactions to people as a result of being repeatedly exposed to anthropogenic or human stimuli without substantial consequences. In these situations, we recommend moving or preventing the attractants while recommending deterrence and hazing for the bear. The next is the depredation bear. So when the habituated bears are no longer affected by hazing and has threatened to or caused property damage, killed livestock, or has been deemed public safety threats by law enforcement officials, these animals may have to be killed or lethally removed under the state's depredation policy and state laws. after assessing the totality of the circumstances. So the depredation the depredation permit is the mechanism for removing issue bears that have caused property damage in your area. In this case, a depredation permit can be requested by a property owner as the mechanism to take that bear. Something else to consider is that if someone applies for and was issued a depredation permit after extensive review by CDFW, they would need to consider firearm ordinances and their proximity to or within suburban areas in dealing with the ability to take that individual. This makes fulfilling depredation permits in communities like Sierra Madre extremely difficult. Types of damages that may be classified as depredation under CDFW policy include crawl space entry, structural damage to a home or fence, and home entries. And then the public safety bear. Only when a bear makes physical contact with a human or is exhibited an imminent threat to public safety is a bear designated a public safety by our law enforcement officers. These types of conflicts with bears are very rare, and California does not receive reported incidents of bears making physical contact with people in California every year, but there are typically minor interactions. This year we had, in the state of California, we had our first black bear fatality in Northern California. But in that situation, well, in fact, on average, one or fewer people are killed by black bears each year in the United States, with a population of over 900,000 black bears in the US. What are we at? So then I wanted to just show you some of the statistics that the department had, which I'm glad you showed your statistics, because it'll show you that we have very different data. And this will impress upon you why it's important to provide notification to the department whenever there's an incident. So this represents the 2023 data received by the department. You can see we reached a highest reporting incident in September of 28 reports. It's important to note that the type of calls we received are often seasonal and more property damage and general nuisance during the high conflict months of the summer. And then this is 2024, so this is this year so far, with 47 total reported in June. Let's see. And then I also have the data broken out in types of conflict, which I realized when I printed it out I can't read. So in this 2023 data, you'll see that the gray is the, I can see it better on there, right? What's the gray? Is the property damage, yeah, just checking. And then the animal welfare is the orange, and the blue is just sightings. And I can't see that last one, I'm sorry. And then the 2024 data represented the same way by type. The gray is, again, property damage. So obviously we have a lot different numbers to show you. So I added this to the slide. This is how to make a report. It's critical that you submit your observations or incidents to the wildlife incident report system so that we can document it and add it to our report. And then, so how does the department respond to reports? So as the lead agency for public safety incidents, our goal is to minimize conflict and avoid population impacts. How we respond depends on the specifics of the incident and the level of conflict with the bear. Staff will consider first hazing, then trap and haze, then relocation, and sometimes euthanasia as a response. I wanted to update you on the changes in the CDFW funding and our response. So prior to COVID, the region had one dedicated wildlife conflict staff and utilized area biologists to implement the bear policy. And then for the last 3 years, we were spoiled, and we had 3 wildlife conflict staff funded program that was augmented through drought funding. And so we had 3 years of staff who were available full-time to assist with incidents and wildlife conflicts. So that funding ended this past month. And with the current state budget deficit, we were not provided additional funding to continue that program. So as a way to support that program, the region, we are trying to fund those people month to month at this point in time. And obviously, as you said, Mackenzie Rich moved to a different program in HabCon, but she was grateful enough to help me with this presentation, so I want to thank her for that. And so we have 2 wildlife conflict staff right now, Jessica and Megan still out there. And the other thing that we were working with the San Gabriel Valley COG was working on a contract with the Department of Fish and Wildlife to fund a position. At this point in time, we don't have enough jurisdictions that were interested in funding it, so at this point, we stopped working on that. So any work you guys can do to get people to consider funding that would be fantastic. We could use the help. Let's see what else. So moving forward, we're going to continue to try and extend our wildlife conflict staff as much as we can. We'll still continue to respond to bear conflicts. We do have some folks who will be doing the bear collaring and data for the population study that could support staff. We're still working with local We're going to work with the cities to loan out bear mats to residents on a loaner basis. This is new to us. We haven't done this before, but we have the ability to loan out bear mats. We have a few, and we're going to try and seek funding for more. And this should help those situations where multiple break-ins have occurred to try and deter the bears from coming back. And then continue to work with the city to provide education to residents and local jurisdictions. Additional steps, you've already gone over this, the Wildlife Watch program. You guys in your bear resistant trash cans were great. Public education, you've got that. And then code enactment and code enforcement, you've done that as well. The other thing that I'm just going to add is before, at one point in time, LA County had a county-wide contract with USDA Animal Services that allowed depredation permits to be fulfilled in urban landscapes where they were issued by the department, and that contract was canceled by the county. So I'm just adding that as a little shout out. Maybe consider doing that again. And then what else? Moving on. What can the residents do? The residents can take steps to learn about and secure attractants around their own homes and submit reports to the Wildlife Incident Report when they get it. Never feed wildlife. We know it happens intentionally and unintentionally. Once animals are allowed to access to human food, pet food, or garbage, they can quickly become conditioned to humans. When this happens, wildlife may lose their natural fear of humans, and the risk of humans being bitten, as well as general chance of conflict, increase. And then these are some slides on what you can do for your backyard and garden. You can make sure you clean up ripe fruit or vegetables, and make sure that you pick up rotting fruit off the ground. Secure trees and gardens with electric fence. Bear mats are great. They're pretty cheap on Amazon. Sanitize and clean barbecues regularly. Place sturdy covers over pools and hot tubs when not in use, because they like water and they like to go in pools. Avoid using bird feeders, native plants to attract birds and pollinators. I think that's just a bird thing. I think that's a shout out to birds. In your trash, store your trash cans inside the garage or fully enclosed metal structures. Place cans on street the morning of pickup only. Clean cans frequently with ammonia or bleach, and purchase, rent, or advocate for bear-resistant cans, which you already do. And then around the home, you can secure or close off your crawl spaces to make sure that the bears don't make a home. install a motion detecting strobe light or alarms or physical deterrents outside your home. Keep dogs on leashes and inside when unable to monitor outside, and carry a walking stick, whistle, or a horn, air horn, or a noisemaker. And then that's the end of my presentation here. Here's some contact information. If you want to get in contact with me, I did not put my email address on here, but that Ask R5 will go to me if you ask for me. And the phone number there, the 858-467-4201 is my line. And then you can leave a message for me. And then I think that's it. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Who wants to go first?
Yeah. I can.
I was running.
Sorry.
So I'll start, but I think, I'm guessing that other people have questions as well. Can you just, from an administrative perspective, I understand, is Rebecca Barboza is out on leave, is that
Yep,
right?
Correct.
Who's her manager?
Her manager,
Yeah.
Tim Dillingham?
Okay, so is he getting, because we've been sending the reports, like I'm looking at the data, and you
Oh,
can
I
see
see.
the data is really different. Like, you know, we've got our police chief was here earlier, but I know we've got someone, oh, he's over there, thank you. I mean, we're collecting these, I'm a little surprised that there's been a breakdown in communication. I thought we had better communication on that, so we should get that corrected.
Okay, so,
Just to clarify, I think what Mayor Pro Tem is saying is that we've been providing with our data, we've been providing you with our data. So it's, I guess, concerning that it hasn't been integrated, and we shouldn't have different data.
that is a good point. Rebecca being out has been a new thing, and so we were working on a new communication point of contact for you guys. And so I will check in with Jane, who is Rebecca's direct supervisor, and Tim, and make sure that we get that ironed out. I was using my assistant to get all that information and be the point of contact. So,
Okay. What other areas are having the problems that Sierra Madre have?
Monrovia,
Monrovia's starting to have it as well?
Chatsworth, yeah.
Are they having the same number? How do their numbers compare to ours?
I do not have the total numbers there.
Could you get that to
Yeah.
us?
I could do
Great.
that.
Thank you. So I know Mackenzie Rich was an incredible asset, and I'm glad that she helped with the presentation. Who is working on the trapping of the I guess, well, let me ask it another question, sorry. With the statistics you see, what type of bears do we have in Sierra Madre? Are they public safety bears? Are they habituated bears? Are they nuisance bears? What are they?
I think you have some of both. I think you have some no harm, no foul bears, some habituated bears. At this point in time, I don't see any public safety bears.
So a bear going into someone's house with someone on the inside does not qualify as a public safety bear?
Correct.
The bear actually has to touch a human.
Correct.
That's unfortunate.
So we only had one last year then.
But you can, when you have the depredation bears and they've done property damage, you can get a depredation permit. The problem is implementing that depredation permit. So
Yeah, tell us how would you implement a depredation permit in the city of Sierra Madre?
that's the difficult situation. Before, when we had the LA County contract with Wildlife Services, they were able to provide that service.
So what does that service look like? Assuming that we could even get the service, what does that look like?
It's a contract with USDA and Wildlife Services that they countywide deal with conflict animals as well. So coyotes, bears.
And so you get a depredation permit. Is it relocating the bear? Is it?
No, a depredation permit is generally to
Nice.
take the bear.
To take the bear. Okay. So how, I'm sorry, I need to go down this road. How do you take that bear? Are you using firearms? Are you using poison? How is that handled?
I don't know, did George or Corey, did you want to get in on this conversation with the conflict bears? Because
So, are you talking
Wait, can
Gotta
you
be in
ki-
the
Kind of the
microphone.
mic, please. Thank you.
Are you talking
Your turn.
specific to the depredation bears with USDA? Or
Well, we
just
said
the
that-
general
At
public?
all, in
Just,
general.
just a depredation permit. We say, so if there's a difference in different depredation permits, I'd like
I
to
got you, I
that
understand.
as well. I mean, is there just one type of depredation permit?
Correct, yeah, so a depredation permit will allow the person who the permit is issued to lethally take the bear, so you could kill the bear. And it's generally issued by, it'll be explained on the permit, but it'll be any legal method, which the Fish and Game laws will allow firearm, archery equipment, or a crossbow. Which, when you're within city limits, there are generally county or city firearm restrictions that prohibit you from discharging any of those weapons. Therefore, I mean, a citizen couldn't fulfill it legally. And what she's talking about with USDA Wildlife Services, they're a federal agency and they have traps. They could trap bears and they could also use firearms.
But they don't have the contractor that they use for it, they don't have under contract anymore for budgetary reasons. Is that correct?
I don't know the reasoning behind it, but they are not currently contracted by LA County, correct?
So they don't, there is no, so the only way we could do it is a citizen could then get a depredation permit, but they'd have to use a firearm of some sort, whether it is a weapon, a crossbow, or a bow. But we know that the guns are not cannot be discharged within the city. I'm assuming bows and crossbows are in the same case. Is that true, Chief?
Yes.
Great. So a depredation permit. So we'll take for a second and say we can take the depredation off the table because I don't think you can't do it in the city and you can't even do it in the forest until you get well past the anywhere where you get well past the city limits. And city limits go, what, a mile up the trail? And because of the terrain. So, okay, so we've taken depredation off the table. What are our options then for conflict and nuisance bears?
Let's get a quick question that's a part of that really quick though.
Please, absolutely.
And this might be for our local jurisdiction, if LA County was still contracted, can we allow USDA to come in and fulfill that permit?
Yes.
According to our laws, and our codes in our city, yes?
The municipal code wouldn't apply to the federal government.
Got it, thanks.
One other follow-up.
Okay.
Can our police department act on a depredation permit?
So the permit has to be issued to the person who is incurring the property damage. However, the property owner can list anyone as an agent on their depredation permit. So yes, the property owner could list the city as the agent, acting
Could list the
agent,
city
and the
as-
city could fulfill the permit, correct?
Police officers are able to legally discharge a firearm in city limits.
I'm not sure, I can't speak to the municipal codes, but I would think that would be,
I don't think
Yeah.
I don't think it's within their realm.
Well,
Well,
that would be
well,
for them.
that's
but
moving
that's
on
not
to
the point.
question.
The point is that they could, right? That's what I'm hearing, right?
They changed their.
under state laws, correct, yeah.
Mhm.
So you don't have population data. Do you have population trends?
No,
So we just don't know how many bears there are.
no one has studied it yet. It's been a really long time since anyone's assessed. I will note though, at this point, the management decisions are made when we capture bears. So if we trap a bear, we can decide to euthanize that bear as the department itself, and we make those decisions all the time.
Just a point, just if you could speak into the mic, just because we have folks that are watching remotely and that it's hard sometimes off mic for them to hear.
Sorry.
Other questions?
So let me continue on the population. So there's been a huge renaissance, a huge advancement in remote sensing. We're seeing now, we've seen many demos of drones that our police department are using. There are other remote sensing technologies. There are no remote sensing technologies that could do, say, you're doing infrared and be able, I mean, they can do infrared to find lost people in the wilderness. You can't do that to find the bear population? Is that something that cannot be done? Is that something, or, because the way you said on the population, is they're gonna go and collar the bears. That's great, but that, to me, seems like that takes a long time and is very complicated. are there other ways to look at the populations using newer technology?
I'm sure there are, but I'm not, I don't know exactly what exactly is going into the bear study at this point in time. I did not
Okay.
think that was gonna be a question.
So what are we doing that other cities aren't doing?
What are you doing? You guys?
Excuse me,
sorry.
let me reverse that, that's what I
Sorry.
meant to ask. What are other cities doing that we are not doing?
What are others? I don't think there's anything that you guys are not doing.
Best in class anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, we're doing the best that any jurisdiction's doing.
I don't know if I could.
Okay.
I mean, I think that it would be helpful if we implemented more of the things that were occurring in Tahoe, like the deterrents, like the bear mats and the.
Okay.
I mean, that would be
Bear mats
helpful.
the thing to push
Um,
further on.
What's that?
Bear mats would be what we should push more on.
I think so. Making sure that people aren't feeding bears if you have feeders in the community. Making sure that you're cleaning up your any kind of fruit or dog food and stuff like that. I mean, in general, it's that's generally what it takes.
Okay.
I just want to say, I just want to give you a little context. I appreciate that you're stepping into a position that, you know, is new to you, and I appreciate your presentation. This is something, this information that you've given us today is something that we've been through, you know, for quite some time, and I think the level of, you can sense the level of frustration
I get it.
among us, and then that's largely because we're hearing it from our residents. I mean, if as you're saying, we're doing everything we can and it's not working, and we have no jurisdiction over this wildlife, we have to look to you or to whoever does have jurisdiction to tell us what can be done to actually solve the problem. And what we're hearing back, no fault of yours, is there are no solutions.
Well,
and that's
I mean,
very
I think the wildlife action plan is going to be helpful.
but yes, I agree, and that will go to the point that you just made about making sure people are not actually feeding them or and cleaning up their gardens and creating removing the attractants, and that could help, of course. But we're seeing a marked spike in increase of break-ins, and it's one thing just to see a bear walking down the street and have to avoid it. It's another thing if you're sitting in your house with locked windows and doors and the bear breaks in. So this is something that we feel we are not equipped to handle, we're not entitled to handle, and so we are frustrated because we're not hearing solutions that will actually protect people's safety. And we don't feel that there's a level of urgency to this, given things, again, out of your control, but the budget cuts and reducing the population, or reducing the staffing that can give us resources, does not strike us as people taking this seriously. So I want to give you that context, and that's going to
Totally,
kind of
I can
explain, I
totally-
think, the questioning and the type of, you know, feeling that you're getting, because this is just reflective of what we're hearing from our neighbors and our community.
Yep.
And the presentation you gave is the same one I've seen at least 2 or 3 other times. I mean, so that's, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for that, of putting that context. It's incredibly helpful. It is, yeah, I was hoping for more tonight because you know, I feel at some point that I'm in the Truman Show, right? Or I'm in Groundhog Day. It's coming back and it's the same thing again and again. And I was hoping that we'd be seeing a little bit more at this point.
Well, I can assure you that we are taking it seriously and we are trying to provide as much resources as we can. Like I said, I am like month to month trying to keep the 2 staff that I have on. And I would love to have more staff, and that's why we tried to do the reimbursable contract. But I think that people got used to having those staff there, and it isn't enough. But we don't have the funding to have a unlimited supply of staff to address the situation. And unfortunately, when there is an incident, it can take quite a few days to catch a bear. It is time intensive. And that is frustrating. It's frustrating to the staff that are there all hours of the day and, you know, working overtime and trying to address the situation, because we do care and we do want to take care of the situation. If I didn't address your concerns, I guess I wasn't aware that I missed something in the presentation. So if there's something else that I can get you, I will come back. I was just hoping to update you with, this was supposed to be more of a general update on where we were with funding and stuff. I will not bore you with the rest of that again. Maybe we can have more just a conversation and dialogue more frequently and just figure out how we can move forward.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
What other cities that you say have used the bear mats and such, and I know we're seeing an increase in home invasion because we are doing everything we're supposed to be doing. We have the bear proof. We're not giving them food sources outside of the homes, so now they're coming in the homes.
Yeah.
And we guessed that might happen, of course. The other cities that use other things like bear mats and such, what have they done? What did Mammoth do? What does Tahoe do? What do other cities do to prevent, or what have they done to not have home invasions? And have you seen as many as we have? Because I guess your data is very different, but our PD does give the data to Department of Wildlife every single month.
Yeah, I want to find out what happened there, because
And so like we had 7 break-ins in one day. We had 2 break-ins now where people were in the home and the bear broke into the home, and then 1 escaped and 1 locked herself in her bedroom.
I remember that one.
And with that, a small town like this, of course, which means that fright is, okay, now we all have to anticipate that we'll be home and a bear might break in. So what have other cities done, or what have you seen?
I haven't seen, locally,
Or anywhere, no, in California.
in Tahoe, they do the same thing. In general, Tahoe is I want to say they've adapted to living with bears a long time ago, so everyone has the bear-proof garbage trash cans. They have the bear mats and the bear wire around their houses, so they've really become accustomed to living with bears, and they don't leave food out. They don't leave anything that could attract a bear. And I think maybe that's something that we just have to really instill in people, is that it's kind of like, in my mind, I kind of relate it to the coyote situation, where I live in Huntington Beach, where 10 years ago the coyotes were a new issue and everybody wanted
We have
them.
those too, yeah.
What's that?
That's not new here either.
Yeah. and everybody wanted them gone, but nobody wanted to kill them. In my mind, that's how it was. And now it's just kill them all.
So my question then is,
But-
did that work? Because if we're just living with them invading our homes, and Tahoe's now had a death.
Not Tahoe, but yeah.
Was it?
But-
No,
yeah, I'm
it's-
sorry.
It's
sorry,
farther out.
Sorry,
Wasn't,
you're right.
yeah.
I think that's what happens with us. Like, we had a teenager home by himself in a home, and the home was broken into. Luckily, he's smart enough to figure out to close the door and jump out a window and run away. What if the cubs were outside? You know, all these things could be what ifs, and we don't feel like our police department should have to necessarily be the responding people on this. So my question then again is, what have other cities done? We can't just live with them like this. So what do other people do? The answer can't be, oh, it's okay, we just live this way and we'll hope the mats work.
But the PD does have the ability to take action in the wildlife
They
management.
do, but that's not what their jurisdiction is. That's California Department's Fish and Wildlife.
Actually, we've gotten some updated information. Maybe we get it from the chief, but I don't believe that that even PD could take the bear.
That's what I was saying.
All right, let's move that into discussion. if
Okay,
we-
but
yes,
that's our question. So it's not our jobs, is what I'm saying. It's not Sierra Madre's job
Yeah.
to handle wildlife. So what is the California Department of Fish and Wildlife planning on doing
Can I
besides just
follow up with a
population?
question?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's let the answer and then.
And I know you probably don't have you're not like, I have the answer for you, but we need something. And we do stay in contact every month, where there's constant contact between you and us, and it's been fantastic. It's just now at that point that we have to see something happen.
I agree.
Councilmember Goss.
Okay, so you're saying that the county executed contracts with the federal government, and the state, does your department execute contracts with groups for depredation? So what I was thinking about is if we could use our public safety personnel to execute these depredation permits on contract with you, so that we could so we would have the official authority to do this. It wouldn't be, essentially, we'd be doing your job and saving you the trouble. And we could be, you know, I'm not sure about reimbursement, who would cover the cost, but it seems like that's something that could be negotiated. I guess what I'm getting at is that you've said, or your officer said, that our officers have the legal right to execute depredation permits if I, as a citizen, say, I allow the city of Sierra Madre to do this. Now, it doesn't mean they have to, but if they're willing to do it and they have the green light from you guys, it seemed like that might be at least a short-term solution. Do you have a response to that?
So just so that I'm hearing you right, are you suggesting that the department contracted with animal services ourselves?
Well, I'm looking for our city to get some kind of green light to do this.
Our city can't.
Well,
Okay,
I'm asking if we can.
That wouldn't be her question, that would be for her.
Well, if you're entering into contracts with all these agencies, I'm just saying you can enter into a contract with us too.
Correct.
And we could take on certain responsibilities, and you can negotiate what that might look like. So, anyway, I'm not sure, maybe one of these officers would have an idea on that, maybe, I don't know.
I'm not quite sure I understand exactly the question. Do you understand?
Could
Could the city attorney weigh in for a minute?
So earlier you had mentioned that there was a contract in place between LA County and I believe it was the federal government, correct?
Yep.
So, and you said LA County is no longer interested and has canceled that contract. Is there anything stopping the city of Sierra Madre from entering into that contract with that federal agency for purposes of executing these depredation permits?
I am not aware of that. It's usually a county situation. They usually do the contract, but I'm not aware of any restrictions.
Okay. That answers my question.
Any other questions? Because we do actually have another statement that needs to be addressed. Any more questions here? Because then we'll,
Madam Mayor?
yes, please.
So I don't know if you have the data or what your experience has been. I know you're the coastal communities, but
Not coastal communities, coastal counties.
coastal counties.
Yes.
That's right. 5 coastal counties.
Yes.
They stretch you thin. But as we're thinking about last year historically, and we don't have the monthly data from last year, but from what I recall, August and September, it actually started getting kind of cool relative to our normal cooling calendar. And what we saw was a spike in more intrusions at that point in time as the bears were entering hyperphagia. So has it been your experience, or have you seen in communities such as South Lake Tahoe and or Mammoth Lakes that, well, they probably go into maybe more of a hibernation than a hyperphagia?
Right.
But is there generally a spike in those months that are leading up into the fall and winter?
Right. The fall and winter, fall and winter is when their activity increases because they're trying to get enough food to last them the winter.
So is it, in your opinion, that what we're seeing right now is actually probably going to inflate as we get into those months?
Well, you saw the data I had that September was the highest activity.
But I'm kind of looking
Yeah.
forward, as we're sitting here
Yes.
today, should we expect to see an increase in activity?
Mhm.
If nothing else changes, an increase in activity relative to last year even?
I think so. And I think maybe to answer your question, we do have issues with bears in the 210 corridor, but I want to say that Sierra Madre and Monrovia are the highest activity, and maybe Chatsworth and in that kind of area, if that makes sense. Otherwise, that's pretty much for LA County. That's where all the activity is.
And just to clear up some the depredation issue, just want to make sure it's clear that generally a property owner is the one that requests that, and it's usually fulfilled through the property owner. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. On your first slide, you said to protect and maintain healthy wildlife populations. Does we had a resolution saying there's a proliferation of these bears. Is a healthy population considering the interaction with wildlife urban interfaces, or is it saying, hey, we just want a lot of animals around? I'm just trying to understand what the stance of the organization is regarding what the definition of healthy population is, because I don't want to get into to comments, but I feel as though and I'm asking if you agree that it's not healthy for bears to come into a community and eat garbage.
I agree.
So
That's,
would it be your opinion that we don't have a healthy population right now?
I would say that we would want to address those problem bears that are not just cruising around the neighborhood and afraid of humans. We want to, that's the population we want to maintain. We want to maintain the population of bears in their wild habitats, and maybe they encroach into the populated areas, but they're still afraid of humans and they still leave. That's what we want to maintain.
So are you guys thinking creatively, because we are, and I would imagine South Lake Tahoe and Mammoth are similar. We are a community that actually loves wildlife, and we don't want to get in the business of taking a lot of bears. Is there any creative solutions or outside the box thinking that, you know, because we are different than South Lake Tahoe and Mammoth as far as our geography and the urban density. Has there been any discussions on a regional approach to Southern California, apart from what pockets of populations up in the Sierra Nevada are? So has there been some brainstorming on with biologists of what can be done in this type of urban sprawl?
Well, at this point in time, the bear policy with Lake Tahoe and our area is similar. It's the same. But we are having higher level discussions about what things we could do. So yes, we're trying to think outside the box and figure out how to deal with some of these issues that are not going away.
That's good to hear. As far as questions, let me see. I always do kind of tiptoe into comment, and I'm trying to avoid that. Yeah, I think those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Can I just ask real quick? When you keep talking about the research, I know you said you don't know much about it. Could we get an update from you?
Sure, yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, like I said,
Okay.
my wildlife biologist
Last
was
update
supposed
we
to be
had
here.
was that there were 4 to 5 callers available, and that they were, and we got an update on what those entailed. And then we heard that there was a few bears that were tagged, and the creativeness on tagging those with the limited tag. So just to give you a point
Okay.
of reference where
Thank
we
you.
were.
There's 45
Callers.
but in what region? Because
In all of our region,
in the 5
in the
counties.
5 counties.
Well, but just know that most of the bears are here. So when I say we have the 5 coastal counties in Region 5, we're really just talking about
And us.
here and, maybe a little to the west.
One more question?
One of you go.
Sorry.
So, kind of jog my memory, and I know we had this discussion maybe 2 years ago, but I recall getting a permit to harvest mistletoe for the Scouts at the Glendora office, and somebody came in, they got a bear tag. And then so that, I did a lot of research on your website to see kind of what those bear tags and takings are looking like, and there's not many down in our region. In the rural regions and up in the Sierra, there's a lot relative to us. So as far as bear tags, I think they're statewide and not on a regional basis. Are all of those being,
I mean, I'll help you out.
because we heard from Teddy Roosevelt today. It was he was a big hunter, and there are a lot of our country has a lot of hunters. So I know that was part of the policy to control the population. So are we seeing a drop in bear tags from hunters relative to what it had been in the past?
What my understanding on the hunting situation for bear is that there was a significant decline in the number of tags issued for bears and the people who were hunting for bears as a result of not being able to use dogs to hunt them. And in general, the topography of the Angeles National Forest is just not conducive to hunting.
It's hard to hike in, yeah.
So,
Thank you.
yeah.
That's my last question.
Councilmember Goss.
I understand we've had a trap out for a while, and we've also caught bears using these traps. I haven't even seen one yet. But the other day I asked why, because we're getting probably the same emails. One very, very upset citizen having a bear trying to come in through their back window. They are scaring them off. Then the next day they try to come in through another window. And every time I tell them, I'm telling them there's a bear trap in the neighborhood, this does not give them any sense of peace. I would rather be able to tell them there's actually an active person there, look with a dart gun, looking for that bear that you're seeing every day. Shouldn't be too hard to find him, who can dart him and get him out of the neighborhood quicker than waiting a week or longer for a trap to be engaged. How about that? Can we do something like that?
So my understanding from Mackenzie, who I've talked to quite a bit on this, is that darting them is not always the easiest because it takes time to take effect. And then chasing after a bear that's been darted, it can be problematic because you can lose them, and that's their concern.
I thought that was kind of standard operating procedure for wildlife agencies. Isn't that what they do? If you have a depredation bear, a dangerous bear, you're going to wait for them to go into a trap, or are you going to dart them and get them out of the...
I mean, we've done both, and we do both, but there are situations where it's not possible, like the bear that was in the tree to the west of us. It took some time to dart it because it was not safe.
Okay, but it wouldn't take a week, right?
Well, it doesn't always take a week to trap a bear either.
Well, it
but
has
yes,
recently.
I understand, it just takes some time.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
in the meantime, you have parents who have kids. They won't even let these people won't even let their kids out in their backyard. They feel, to use their words, they feel imprisoned in their homes. That's the words they use.
So I am hoping that with the additional staff, I think there's 3 people on the bear grant, that they'll be able to have more traps in the area too. So instead of just the one team, we can have several traps. So that would be nice.
That sounds great. That sounds.
And then just going back to the bear mat program, it's totally new for us. We are just getting those mats. So it would be helpful to know like who we can communicate with and get some of these mats deployed as soon as possible. And then we're only getting 6 between both regions. And once we're allowed to purchase, because we're on a state budget, we can't purchase at this point in time. We do want to, for the region, get more mats so that we can deploy those. And so we should be ready to get those agreements, the loaner agreement signed and deployed.
How much do these bear mats cost?
Relative, like $250 to $500, depending on what you get.
Councilmember Garcia.
I said I was done, but I have one more question. So, as a body that's here to represent the people in the city, I think one of our goals should be to lean on budget issues. So your hands are tied, and I understand that. What's the most effective way? I mean, at what level are people making decisions that we don't have enough funding for human wildlife conflict specialists in this region? Is that at the regional level, the state level? Is this the
legislature?
So it's just all funding.
Yeah.
So we should talk to our electeds.
Yes. That would be great.
Which we've done.
I mean, the department has asked for several years for funding.
I'm trying to figure out who we should talk to prioritize these specific type of personnel, because we're dealing with our own budgetary issues, and we're doing triage and figuring out, okay, where should we spend the money? And I get that, and that's part of it. But I'm not saying if we can get you more money, that'd be great. But let's say, given the pot of money we have now, to kind of reprioritize how to spend that money, who should we
reprioritize what we already have?
Yes.
So
I understand budgets are locked in for.
I totally understand. So for this fiscal year, we're in right now, I guess that would be me, and I am desperately trying to keep your people on the ground. I have reallocated positions from other programs. I'm trying to get other staff to support them. It's not for lack of effort. I am really trying. Technically, our funding was up in the end of June, so this month, and then is just because we're basically shaking out the cushions and trying to keep them on the ground. And I'm just worried that those folks will leave. I don't want, I know Jessica and Megan are in temporary positions, so I mean, we can keep them on as long as we can and maybe shift them around so that we can do our magic and keep them. But I need to pull from other programs and help them by giving them like bodies in the field to help them deploy the traps and stuff like that. So Yes.
Well, if you're the one to talk to, I encourage you to
I am,
look at
I am trying
reallocation
to.
of, no,
I'm
like
trying
I
to
said,
do
we're
some
having our
magic.
own budget issues in this
Yeah.
city, so I get it.
But in addition to that, now is the time to start lobbying for human wildlife conflict funding across the state.
So it's my understanding, but the funds come in and they're not generally earmarked for a position. There's a lot of zero-based budgeting, my understanding.
No, there are ways to make sure that that the funding is allocated for that program.
Good to know. Thank you.
And that's kind of how we got the last 3 years, was through drought funding. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Can I ask a question to City Manager? Do we have representatives from Senator Portantino's and Assemblymember Holden's office here? I thought we had invited them tonight.
We do have representatives from Senator Portantino's office and from Supervisor Catherine Barter's office.
Nice segue, in fact. I think Ms. English from Supervisor Barger's office is actually here, and I think she wanted to actually address us.
Am I off the hot seat here?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure.
I'll sit right here, okay? I'll sit right here.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. It's great to be in your charming city. I love it here. My name is Stephanie English, and many of you work with Susie Niemer. I think you know Susie Niemer, and I'm her colleague in the Santa Clarita Field Office, but I handle policy for Supervisor Barger related to animal care and control, so that's why I'm here tonight, and it's great to be with you. As you know, the supervisor shares your concern, and therefore she authored a motion in June 4th for the board's consideration. And without going into the whole motion, but just in case some are not aware, her motion called for a regional approach to human-wildlife encounters that will ensure the public safety of those living in Sierra Madre and adjacent communities. That piece is important, as you all know, because unless you take a regional approach, it's just not going to work. And McKinsey seems to be the key player here tonight. I had several conversations with her as well, and in my job with the supervisor, never dreamed I'd learn so much about peacocks, coyotes, and bears, but I have. It's been fascinating. But she has said that Sierra Madre is a ideal example of a community who has done everything right and is doing everything right. So kudos to your leadership on that. And secondly, the supervisor called for augmented and enhanced staffing. So that there are human-wildlife conflict specialists that are in this area, in the San Gabriels, in Sierra Madre, that can respond quickly. We do understand that the couple staff that they did have do span several counties, so it's very hard to, respond to a call for service or a bear in a home. Or possibly a threatening bear quickly, because they could be in San Bernardino or San Diego or beyond. And then last, to provide ongoing education and awareness tailored to the unique needs of Sierra Madre and the surrounding communities in the San Gabriels. Much of what you touched on in your presentation, all the education that you've provided, has been really great. We are seeing and hearing more bear encounters. I spoke to, as you know, City Manager Reynoso, to one of your constituents today who's had an encounter, I think in the last week or 2 weeks at the most, with 3 entries into his home. That does start to get very concerning. I spoke to a constituent in La Cañada a couple months ago where the bear broke in and the 2 small children and the parents ran and had to hide in the bedroom. Had to be terrifying for that family. And so the supervisor does share your concern for public safety. She also shares your concern, as you said, council member, for the protection of the bears and the wildlife. She really does support that process as well. I will say, since this has come up, we've had great conversations with our partners at CDFW. I've worked with Aaron on many projects, so we have a strong relationship. They've been very responsive to our concerns and our conversations, and I do believe we can come to some wins and solutions to take care of the residents. As a result of the motion, the board unanimously agreed to write and send a 5-signature letter to Director Bonham, which was sent on June 5th, asking for those exact same components: the education, the funding, the education, and the resources, to make sure this community has the resources and the San Gabriels have the resources that they need. Just looking at my notes really quickly. Regarding the contract that you mentioned, Aaron, I quickly placed a call to our director of county ag. He's been here a mere 42 years, and he said to me that they have never had a contract or a depredation permit related to the bears. Now, could have been 52 years ago. I don't know.
I mean, I couldn't find it either when I tried to Google it, but I was told that you did have a contract, so
Yeah.
there is a mystery there.
There's a mystery there. He checked with his deputy director as well, who's been here many years, and they haven't ever understood. I'm confused. I would love to learn about that. The supervisor's interested in solutions, so we are willing to look into anything that will help the Sierra Madre community and the surrounding communities. We are willing to partner with anybody to find solutions. As you all know, you know the supervisor very well. That is her mission and her mantra. She wants solutions, and she will cross any bridge or border or alley or aisle, I should say, to get there. So we stand ready and poised to help you. Thank you for also, council member, for pointing out this is the county supervisors talking to the state of California, advocating on your behalf, but it would be very smart for you to engage with your state elected officials to advocate for this support and funding. And I'm happy to answer any questions and continue down this path with you as we go forward.
Maybe we should have a conversation about, I can get some information from other counties, and we can have a conversation altogether about those kinds of contracts and how to do it.
Yeah, and we're happy to discuss a contract too. A supervisor would definitely support, engaging in support of her unincorporated communities and your communities as well. So anything that works, she's willing to consider.
Any
Devil is in the
questions?
details, of course.
Any questions?
No, just please thank Supervisor Barger for always making an impact, and so quickly too.
Yeah, she's good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll echo the thanks, but I do have a question. What more can we do to help support her requests? You know, as others have said, I mean, we're just one county trying to work with the state. We recognize we have to talk with the state. Is there anything more that we can provide to you? Any more support, pressure? Like, what is it that you need that you can help, that you and the supervisor can continue to help us?
Keep sending us the information. I think your data is really, really compelling. I mean, close to 350 encounters is absolutely concerning.
We're doubling every year.
It's quite amazing. It is really quite amazing, and I share the concern that we don't want to wait until something happens.
Exactly.
We need to be proactive and find solutions now. So we are on board with that process with you. Continue to communicate. I've been talking to Jose and James a lot. Continue to communicate, share the data with us, share your ideas with us, bring us into conversations. Again, she is looking for solutions, and we'll talk and partner and have creative conversations with anyone to find some mechanism to an end to this.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you all.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Erin.
Thank you.
All right.
I have a quick question for you.
Oh, sure.
Is there a reason why, have you guys from the COG, all the entities in the COG, have they talked to each other about all the things that you guys have been doing that have been effective?
Which part of the COG, I'm sorry?
The adjoining communities like Monrovia and.
Yeah, a couple of data points. When we passed our resolution declaring the bear situation as a public nuisance or a threat to public safety, we asked our surrounding communities to consider. I believe La Cañada, passed a similar resolution. We didn't get much more traction than that. That was about a year ago, I think, or a little bit more, 18 months ago. And then we've been having conversations behind the scenes, much like you said, about trying to create a coalition within the COG to come up with funding to at least staunch the bleeding of losing the staff resources that the state is no longer funding. So yeah, again, we sort of feel like we've kind of come up to a wall, like you were saying, that and part of I guess what we could use help with is education, because I do think we feel like we're on the forefront of this for worse. And I'm not sure our neighbors realize that we should be a cautionary tale for them. And so to the extent that you're having those conversations, it would be helpful if you agree that you communicate that without action, we are a window into their future.
Agree, and maybe we need to do some networking together so that we can reach out to the right people in those communities. I'm just wondering, I mean, they see that you're doing things like the bear-proof trash cans and just your education program, and they're not on that same page, and I'm just wondering, do they not see that as a need yet? I mean, I get that you're discussing funding and stuff like that, which is
It's
great.
the same
but-
everywhere, right? It's the
Okay.
prioritization. Everyone's having a budget, having to have those budgetary priority conversations.
And I found in my talks with the other local leaders is that the foothill communities were open to it, but they weren't seeing the kind of
The
issues
need?
that we were seeing. So my thought was, even Pasadena doesn't see that, is that to get the regional buy-in, we have to add coyotes and other animals to that list, because not everybody has bears in their community. So to get that human wildlife conflict specialist, I felt as though coyotes would be a good addition because there is some conflict with them as well. So I mean, those are the efforts that we've been putting forth, talking to other local leaders and electeds.
I would add to that too, is what I'm seeing from other cities, is that they do have the interaction. They're seeing a dramatic increase as well. They call their police departments, and their police departments aren't sure quite what to do yet because it's a new thing. So their cities are now learning how to do this. So as our outreach, we have groups that are kind of outreaching, and our staff is outreaching to the other cities to let them know what we do. But it would be wonderful if you could outreach to those city leaders, the city managers, and especially your police departments, that if they call 911 because they have a bear entering their house or under their house or whatever, to also contact you guys. And how do they do that? Like, we know, most Sierra Madres know because we've put it out there, but the other cities aren't quite as familiar and educated as we've been provided by you guys.
And I just will add too, and I'm gonna advocate for the reimbursable contract, and I know that's with the COG, but you don't have to wait for an entire position to be funded to enter into that contract, because any amount of money will fund somebody for a month. So I just wanna make that clear, like if you only have 3 entities that give you 10 grand, that's 10 grand from each community that, we could fund someone for 2 months with that $10,000. Do you know what I mean? So just something to think about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And again, thank you so much. And I know it wasn't your favorite night, so thank
No,
you
it
for
was
being
fine.
here.
I appreciate your honesty and your openness, and I will work with you to get something done. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will now open it up for public comment on this topic.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we have 2 speaker cards submitted. The first of the 2 is for Michelle Tremblay.
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, visitors, guests, live television viewers. My name is Michelle Tremblay, and I'm the founder and president of Bear Lovers of Sierra Madre. Our nonprofit organization is focused on education and implementation of best practices and community outreach in the name of keeping our people safe and our bears wild. We are relatively new. We're just reaching 9 months of being in place. I wanted to share with you a few of the things that we're doing from a grassroots effort in the community. We publish monthly education tools, and these tools are provided by bear experts, by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, by the National Bear Wise Organization, and we customize them to meet the current needs and challenges that we're having with our bears. And we post these in the shops in town, at Mary's, on 3 different Facebook sites. And I also send it to over 100 email subscribers. And that's every month we create a new tool. In addition to that, we participate in community events such as Coffee with a Cop, Earth Day, the upcoming National Night Out. And at these events, we try to make the learning fun. At Earth Day, we had a game wheel with questions and answers on bear behavior, on bear deterrence. We had prizes. We had a kids' corner. We had a berry pie eating contest. And thank you to the members of the police department, fire department, the city council that participated in that, because that was really a lot of fun. We do share tools with the community as they reach out to us and they get to know us. I've shared educational tools with Girl Scout troops, with book clubs. Next week, I'm meeting with a senior exercise group that meets in Memorial Park. They specifically asked me to put together a demo kit with things that they could use in their home to help them feel safer and help deter bears, both, you know, from their trash, from the food, from their property. And so we have put that together, and we're going to be sharing that next week. In addition, we've worked with a couple local artists, and they have created logos for us for merchandising. We've gone to the dog boarding and grooming establishments in town with dog bear safety tips and ongoing grassroots efforts of talking with our neighbors and friends. I want to thank the City Council for enacting the bear-resistant trash bins wildlife feeding ordinance, the approval of the wildlife management plan, and the upcoming Wildlife Watch training program. I want to thank the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for providing so many valuable education tools, and the amazing police department that we work with and support. And thank you to the wonderful residents who have been so open and so honest in their conversations, in their challenges, and giving me anonymous tips on what they're doing and what they're not doing, and in their best practice efforts. I know my time is up, but I just want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart.
Well, thank you. That's a really, really impressive list of things that you're doing to help keep our community safe. So thank you so much for your efforts, and please extend that to the volunteers that you work with.
Thank you so much. I brought this. This is a Pine Sol spray bottle that we've been distributing out in the community when we're talking with our neighbors. I do this sometimes hours every day, believe it or not. And we ask them, if you don't have time to rinse out your bins, just spritz the top of the lid of your bins on pickup day. That really will help deter. And sometimes I'm helping them pick up their trash as I'm handing this over. But I can tell you with certainty, the bins are deployed, and that's wonderful. But there are people who don't use them. I walk by bins every trash day where there's takeout food and other food, you know, in the wrong bin, or the bins aren't latched, or they just don't use them because they haven't had a bear on their property. So from my perspective, yes, education is extremely important. A big part of what I did in the medical profession was education, research, and implementation of best practices. Hands down, the implementation of the best practices always takes twice as much time and twice as much work as any amount of research or education. So just telling them what to do doesn't necessarily change their behavior. So that's why I feel like we can be powerful as our group grows and actually getting to those grassroots effort of talking with our neighbors and helping them, you know, hand in hand to make these types of changes that are going to actually deter our bears.
Thank you.
That's very helpful. That's a very nice coda to the conversation we just had, so thank you.
Madam Mayor, we do have a second speaker card. This is from D. Elkhorn.
D. Alcorn on Grandview. And I think I appreciate you putting this sort of thing together, because I think it's fruitful to have a discussion from the authorities on this subject. And I particularly want to thank the lady that did this effort she's got going. I think that's remarkable, and I really think that's really, it obviously can be very helpful. But, there's a but. Bears are the smartest darn rascals you know. I mean, they if you get something, they're going to figure it out. And I don't care what you do. Like they're supposed to, you're supposed to hazard bears. I've done all kinds of things. I've squirted them with the horn, and pretty soon they didn't even look at me. You know, they don't bother. So if anybody comes, I just yell a lot and do like that. That's somewhat effective. But you know, they learn up pretty soon what is going to be a problem for them or not. As far as the cans go, I think that's a good idea. However, the first time I used it, a bear broke it and got into it. So they can't do that, but he did. So I have a defective bear thing, and I take it out, and I'm very careful about what I do with it, and I do all the putting on the deterrent on there to make sure they don't get in that thing. But it's sort of a joke. Well, I'll say a joke. For me, it was a joke because for some people it works. It sure didn't work, and I heard other people that actually have the bear take it upside down, and he knows how to do that. They bop it. So there may be some effectiveness to it, but I think it's sort of it's a measure, but I think it's really not. It's just a measure. Now, as far as myself, I've had some encounters with a bear. They came into our house, and I chased them out. And he went next door. We had people that come into their house and broke the thing next door. And they've had repairs. I spent $3,000 getting the repair, not from that, but they broke down my fence. So I spent $3,000 to repairing the fence that they came in, broke it down. Because I wasn't thinking, well, the bear's not going to come through, so I shut the gate. No, you're not. He just tore down my gate. So I had the $3,000 worth of repair for that. But I guess the other thing about, one other thing I read about, it was in the LA Times, I think it was yesterday, and they talked about the subject of hunting for bears. I don't know if they all said it, and I really don't have all the details in mind, but apparently it can be pretty effective and keeping, as you say, a healthy population of bears, because then they're contained, or they'll keep within the area that's healthy for them, not go down and get garbage and other sort of things like that. I think that they really ought to look at a more aggressive approach. I think what I've seen here is I've seen this I don't know how many times, and I've done everything I can. Like, I'll talk about the trees. We got a big oak tree in our backyard, and one day we came out there and there's a mama bear down below the tree. She had her cares up, bear cubs up there, knocking down the acorns so I could have the acorns. I mean, they're smart animals. So this other thing, I think it's really, in my measures, half measures. You got to do more than it's being doing now. I think you're doing what you can, but I think that overall more can be done because it's not working. It's not working, and I think one of the problems is the population control. And I think that we don't have the numbers. There's two things that happens with bears. They're pretty prolific. They figured out how to get a lot of food so they can have more bears. So secondly, they're pretty smart and they figure out how to get more food so they can have more bears. So I think that there's, time's up, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for your comments. Mr. Gordon.
David Gordon, Fairview Avenue, or as we now call it, Bearview Avenue.
So we're appearing at the Playhouse this weekend.
When I go hiking, I do take bear spray with me, and I do encourage everybody to equip themselves with bear spray when they do go hiking. It seems to me that what Councilmember Parkhurst was after is a crucial issue here. That nobody's doing any research into the basic issue, which is the number of bears growing so that they don't have enough food and therefore come into our city? Or is it that the same number of bears, but they've become habituated to coming to our city because a different underlying problem would require a different underlying solution? So it seems to me that in the work that's being done, working perhaps with a university department to do a thorough survey in the San Gabriels of what is actually happening to the bear population is absolutely crucial to get a thorough understanding of what the hell's going on. The other thing in the short term is that I wonder whether it'd be possible for the police department to be able to issue the depredation licenses, because the process has been outlined to get the license and then to fulfill it is impossible. It's never going to happen. And if a bear goes into somebody's house 2 or 3 times, I think there's a case for putting into work some kind of process that the police department can come along and shoot the bear on its 2nd or 3rd visit to the same house. So I don't know how that can be achieved, but I think waiting for the department, the department is underfunded, the state is running a huge deficit. There's no chance of the state addressing the problem in the way that it's going to be. Maybe the county, which has better resources, can do that, but I think the state simply can't do much. And therefore, the foothill communities have to get together and work on this together with the county, it seems to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Madam Mayor, perhaps we could invite anyone else who wishes to speak on the topic. There are no other speaker cards submitted.
Madam Mayor, the Public Works Director for the City of Arcadia and Sierra Madre resident, Paul Cranmer, would like to speak.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Paul Cranmer. I reside at Visitor Circle Drive for the last 11 years, but I have a unique perspective on this because I've been living with the bears in our neighborhood for that long amount of time. But also, last week we had roughly over 35 residents come to our City Council in Arcadia in the Highland Oaks and above foothill communities with the same issues and the same concerns. We've seen an uptake in bears on properties and getting into homes as well. So the reason why they haven't seen any of that is I don't think we've really updated any of our information into the wildlife, but we're in the process of doing that now. But we're seeing it's not as many as what we're encountering in the canyons here, but we're seeing a definite uptick and concern with residents that are in our community as well. So essentially what I'm here to reach out to Jose and talk about possibly collaborating between cities, and I know we can get Monrovia on board as well to start a coalition. I appreciate that Miss English and what they have to in the Barter's office to support us. I believe that if we can work together and get we can always get funding together. We can write maybe some letter of support to certain jurisdictions that may offer us some funding. So we've done it with water, we've done it with other things. I think this is another action that we can do. So we're on board with whatever you are attempting to do, and we'll look forward to working with Jose and collaborate together on this subject.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for attending tonight.
We have no other speaker cards, Madam Mayor.
We can bring it back for discussion, although let's maybe not. I think we've had a measure of discussion, so I'm not sure we want to spend too much time on this. We have quite a full agenda ahead of us, so maybe everyone can just maybe make a comment and we can kind of go from there.
Sure. I guess I'll start and we'll work around. Kind of hearing what's being discussed, and I, just as the one of five, I don't know that I have a stomach for our police department to be responsible for taking bears. I think that's outside of their job description and what they do. I know it's public safety, but it's a whole different animal, so to speak. But I do like the other possible other solutions. I did speak to a captain of Fish and Wildlife when I was fishing up in the Bishop area, and depredation permits are given out very, very frequently, and they're entered into, but it's a totally different population and density. So we have a unique situation. I just think that this council ought to keep fighting for a regional approach to what's going on, and keep those attractants out of the yards, and we got to keep working hard.
One, I really appreciate the ongoing collaboration that we've seen between Fish and Wildlife as well as our other cities and with our legislature and everyone around, and staff. You guys have done such an amazing job at really putting this together for us, and we really feel heard, and I think everyone feels like we're really making the best efforts and everyone's being heard, and why I really appreciate the new groups and working with the new pilot program for the Wildlife Watch is going to be fantastic, because as we've said before, like, we can keep doing these things, and then making sure we check every notch to make sure we're doing what we can, and then learning. I mean, we're still learning a lot about what's happening, and that's why I'm appreciative also that a new research project is going on with Fish and Wildlife, and that's going to be a huge undertaking. I mean, that hasn't been done for so many years, and we see what happens when things are left unaddressed for so long, and all of us are seeing this surge. So I really appreciate the collaboration that everyone's participated in.
Thank you. Councilmember Goss?
Yeah, I've been informed by our staff that our officers are not allowed to engage in discharging a firearm unless they're protecting themselves or someone else. So using them to do depredation permits is not an alternative. I didn't get a clear picture of what the department is willing to do in terms of darting bears instead of waiting for traps to be set. I think that could be more fruitful, and I would like to see a little bit more specific guidelines on when that is engaged and when is not engaged. Was a little too nebulous for me. I suspect that it could be used more often, especially if now we've learned we are now the focus of bear activity, at least officially, more than any other region in the foothill area. I am disappointed that we were not able to discuss a lobbying effort on our part working with other cities. And I think what we need to be doing is following the advice of Steve Ranella, who wrote in the Sunday Los Angeles Times a long piece about the bear population in this state and how it has in fact multiplied dramatically since the 1990s, that this problem is really an overpopulation problem, and that it exacerbated sometime about 10 years ago when the hunting of bears with dogs was made illegal by our state legislature. And as a consequence, we're seeing a lot more bears, which it would seem are outstripping their natural carrying capacity in the natural areas, coming into that more human populated areas. So I suspect that's where the whole state will be in a few years. I'd like us to be out on the cutting edge of that at some point and start kind of lead the way. Here we are with our experience. Be aware that, you know, if we could just get a little bit more, if Ranella's points were two. One, he said, we now have bear tags. People do hunt bears, but they're hunting a lot less because of the dog issue. But they're also hunting less because fewer tags are offered. He suggested allowing bear hunters to take 2 bears a year instead of 1, and some kind of modified change in the legislation allowing some kind of modified use of hounds. It seems to me that in the most affected areas that might be implemented specifically as opposed to a statewide policy, but that is a legislative strategy that would have to come from the state legislature, and I don't see us really exercising that much leverage on our own to get there. But maybe in a future conversation, maybe at COG, when I represent us at COG, maybe we could kind of get that kind of discussion going. I understand that hunting makes a lot of people squeamish. I'm not a big hunter myself, and it was not why, by the way, I used Theodore Roosevelt in my opening remarks. I hadn't even thought about that. But I do believe that we in the urban areas, who are kind of insulated from that world, kind of forget the role that legal hunting actually does have in maintaining certain populations, particularly of apex predators who really have no other predator other than human beings to deal with. So anyway, having said that, I sit here where I was a year ago. Our staff, our government here, and we've heard this verified by the county and we've heard it verified by the state, and we already knew it. We have done everything that can be done, and I'm very proud of what we've done. Particularly our staff who've been focused on this, and we are waiting for people at the state level to do their job and either release the resources we need or change the laws and release the pressure on our people. And I apologize to the people of the city of Sierra Madre for our state government, because our city government is with you, but I don't see the state with you right now. I don't see, and I'm not talking about the personnel that talked tonight. I don't think they really have any say in any of this. I think the state just is not hearing us. They don't seem to understand the nature of the problem. And I personally have had to deal with the bear intrusion. My son a year ago had a bear literally charge him because he was hazed off our neighbor's property. got within 12 feet of him, he wasn't going to attack my son. He just was scared and he was running towards my son. But that was an eye-opener for me. That's down on Ramona. I'm a flatlander. I'm not up in the canyon. I'm not on the hillside. But we've got these bears all over the flatlands, on Orange Grove, down into Arcadia, way behind us, way south of us. So this is not a small problem. This is actually quite a big problem. And so hats off to our staff, and I just wish the state would listen to us. I really do. Thank you for letting me vent.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I want to start and thank the community involvement. You know, we've got 3 organizations in town that are really doing a great job of engaging the community, doing the education. I want to thank staff for their continued work on this, particularly the Wildlife Watch program, getting that through. I'm excited to see that get up and going, so that's really good. And appreciate the support we've got from the county, from Supervisor Barger's office. I also would like to note that Supervisor Horwath was also part of that motion, so I appreciate her support as well. So I think it's, you know, we're getting some of the word out. I agree with others on the council that, you know, not only that we can't, but I don't know that we shouldn't put our police in the way of the depredation permits. I just don't know that makes sense. I think we do need to continue our lobbying for a regional approach. I know it hasn't had a lot of resonance at the COG and other areas, but I think we need to continue to push on that. It'd be great to get an update from our Senate and Assembly members. I know, you know, I sat down with a representative from Assemblymember Holden's office, and that was very helpful. It was a good conversation. It was kind of ironic. We had that conversation and walked out the door, and literally as we were having the conversation, a bear hit 5 homes on Grandview. It would be great to have kind of like, you know, I wish they were here tonight to hear this and to take some of this back and to find ways that they may be able to help with us. I think we do have to up our education. I think we've got the core parts of it, but I really think we need to, especially with our new communications team, really think about how we can get this out there, get all of the folks that have been impacted, get a citywide, community-wide effort on this, because I think that right now that's the biggest thing that we can do. Someone mentioned here at the end, you know, a potential of partnering with a university. I think that could be really helpful. I think it'd be really interesting. I'd love to start with a local university if we could, but you know, there are universities, you know, in the Intermountain West and even up into Canada that are doing remote sensing with for bears. A simple Google Scholar search found that for me. There may be some interest there to do it. You know, there may be a good master's or PhD thesis. I think we should investigate that. And I hate to close on a negative note, but I do want to say, and you know, I came off a little bit crisp and a little bit direct, but we've been working for 2 years on this, and I'm sorry, but I'd been more hopeful with our engagement with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. We've got a good communication. We've got, I know we're meeting with them regularly, but to see a presentation that I've seen 3 more times just really frustrates me, and not seeing that we're moving any further with that, I you know, and that they don't have our numbers, that just really irks me. I'm sorry. That just like, we've got to improve that communication. We've got to get better on this, because we're not working as a team if we have different numbers. So we've got to find a way to really to really collaborate more on this, and I don't know what it's going to take. I'm happy to sit down and talk with staff, and happy to sit down and talk with the department, but I don't want to see this happen again, because I've seen too many times Fish and Wildlife have come here and given me the same presentation that I get to see all the time. I just, you know, again, feel like it's Groundhog Day, and I'd really like to move past that. And I'm sorry to end on a negative note, but I just, I'm worried. I'm worried about where we are, and you know that we're doubling every year. At some point, someone's going to get hurt, and my frustration is is around seeing the events of seeing, you know, a teenager in a house having to escape out of a window. You know, that could be my house. That could be my kids. Not that, you know, not that it makes it any more if it's mine, if it's someone else's. It shouldn't happen to anyone. And so I think we need to really look closely at this, and I'd like to have this come back to council before the end of the year to see where we might be able to happen. I mean, you know, as Councilmember Garcia said, we're getting close to September, and that's the highest month. You know, we may see this increase then, and I just, I'm hoping we can do something before September so that we don't have, I would really hate in January to see the numbers and see them double. And if there's anything we can do, like, we should be working on it now.
Thank you. I won't reiterate. I mean, I think all of my colleagues have made the points that, you know, I think we all are feeling, and the frustration that we're feeling and that we're hearing from our neighbors and our community. I guess I would like to leave folks with maybe a few takeaways, maybe a little bit on a more optimistic tone as to what they can do individually to help these efforts. Because as you've heard, you know, we're going to continue to try to find solutions, but, you know, we are, you know, kind of running up against funding issues and all of the issues you've heard tonight. So I think I'd like to offer folks who are here or listening or listen to this meeting later, sort of maybe 2 or 3 things that they can personally do. 1, educate yourself about how to remove attractants from your house, whether it's the trash, your fruit trees, whatever it might be. You really need to understand that even if you don't mean to be feeding the bears, if you're not paying attention to these things, you are feeding the bears and you are part of the problem. So I think that's the main thing, and I'm really optimistic about this Wildlife Watch. You know, given the energy that we've heard tonight about at least one of the organizations, I'm really optimistic that having those conversations one-on-one, not coming down from your government, not coming down from the state, but from just people you walking around, your neighbors, will really have an impact. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's a good idea. Those are the kinds of things that I think could snowball and really have a real effect. 2, in terms of the funding issue, both of our state representatives, the Senate and the Assembly, are up for election this year. There are people you can talk to who want your vote, and if you are concerned about this issue, which I know you are, talk to these folks about this issue. These are the people we can talk to Holden and Portantino now, but they will not be the ones in the budget talks next year. Talk to the current candidates about this concern, and then tell them that this is driving your vote, if that is true, because they need to hear, and that's the urgency that we need at the state level, and they're the ones that are our mouthpieces in Sacramento. And the last thing I guess I would say is just thank you to our friend from Arcadia. I really do think that if we could get some traction on the regional level, and that's not, I guess, not so much a tip for the general population, but that's something I think we can take steps on to continue those conversations. And maybe, well, I'm not happy that Arcadia is seeing an increase in incidences. I am encouraged that perhaps our neighbors are seeing these problems as more urgent and perhaps are willing to engage with us on solutions. So I will leave it at that, and I appreciate your
Madam Mayor,
your
if I may add,
yes.
Our police chief would like to clarify on our ability to discharge firearms.
Sure.
Thank you. That's probably a good way to.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. So just for clarification, I think Sierra Madre, I think we've established a footprint of, it kind of set the tone of how we're dealing with our bear problem. However, the solution is not terminating a bear. So just for clarification, as far as we're shooting a bear, we are governed by POST, which is Police Officer Standards of Training. We're also governed by Department of Justice. So the only time we're allowed to discharge our firearm is to prevent great bodily injury or death against oneself or others. That is the only time. We are not allowed to destroy a bear. There are some circumstances where we are allowed to destroy an animal that is suffering. However, you have to have supervisor permission to do so. But in this situation, it would not be a situation for the police to be involved when it pertains to bears. So I just want to make that clarification. We're not in the business of the destruction of bears.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Appreciate the clarification. Thank you. Why don't we go through our 2 library-related presentations and then maybe take a break before we get to our master plan?
Thank you. I'm going to say aloha again.
Ah.
Thank you, Mayor Krebs, Mayor Pro Tem Parkhurst, and our Honorable City Council for having me here tonight. I am Layla Regan, your friendly neighborhood city librarian for the Sierra Madre Public Library. This is an annual report and no action is required by City Council. What a year it has been. And what an exciting time to be a part of the Sierra Madre Public Library. We are about to embark on a wonderful journey that will end with a renovated library reinvigorated for this city. This fresh, bigger, better library will include 2 small study rooms, a teen room, a children's room, dedicated archive and research space, a Friends of the Library bookstore, a 100-person community meeting room, a south entrance, an elevator, and all of this will be grant funded and donation funded with no impact to the city's finances. This past year, to allow for these renovations, we have moved our library successfully to 350 West Sierra Madre Boulevard. Here you can see our small but mighty staff. Our library consists of only 12 employees, 5 of which are full-time. Our staff often pulls double duty, and I am extremely proud of the work being done, especially in our temporary library, where we have had to move a lot of our programming off-site. Our wonderful Library Board of Trustees and staff worked on developing and updating our mission and vision statement. I wanted to share with you the hard work of our trustees and staff and show you our mission and vision statement, which is the backbone of the Sierra Madre Public Library. And I trust you all can read.
Thank you.
Bear with me as I'm very excited about our programming this past year. So out with the old and in with the temporary. It was an amazing and inventive year for our library programs. The library operated business as usual at 440 West Sierra Madre Boulevard until October 14th, 2023. That was the last day the library was open to the public at that location. And the last time we'll be in that building looking just the way it was. The library has spent about 10 weeks relocating to 350 West Sierra Madre Boulevard. At our new temporary location, we optimized to try and bring over as much of our collections as possible. This meant leaving minimal space for programming. If you didn't know, the library offers a lot of unique and varied programs for people of all ages. This move required staff to be very creative in how we established and presented our programming. It pushed us into more partnerships with city departments, like coordinating with community services over Memorial Park and the Hart Park House, and even coordinating with City Hall over the use of the city council chambers. It also relied on using local organizations more, like the Sierra Madre Environmental Action Council and our Bailey Canyon Nature Walks, and we even partnered with a local man named Bob Spears to give some history on the Mount Wilson Trail. We also got very resourceful with our actual on-site programming. We were able to keep mostly our weekly programs, which is our baby rhyme time, preschool story time, and our class visits with local schools. They were able to be maintained in the temporary library, so that is fantastic. And thanks to the help of Public Works and a man we all know, Bob Spears, we had a sunshade installed at our temporary location where we were able to host some programming underneath our sunshade as well. I want to give special props to our youth services librarian, Doreen Thomas, who was able to completely revamp our board library teens, which is our middle school and high school service club. And they were transformed into green teens. She was able to pull from local resources and not only have one of our library board of trustees remove the rose bushes from the back of the temporary library,
but she was able to partner with a master gardener and teach teens about California native and sustainable plants. And then the teens got to get their hands dirty and actually create a garden in the back, including a monarch way station. And we have teen volunteers all summer long that are watering that garden. They're called the H2O Green Teens. We have had some large-scale outdoor programs with fantastic attendance, like our summer reading kickoff, which saw almost 200 attendees on that day alone. And over the last fiscal year, which ran from July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, we had one program called Thor's Reptiles that was there in July 2023 and in June 2024 with a total of 476 attendees. I don't know if you know this, but kids really like reptiles. Our annual programs and events even saw a steady attendance despite not having location for programming. Our One Book, One City selection was Humankind, A Hopeful History by Rutger Bregman, and our programming far exceeded any expectations. We held a dinner with the Human Library, which involved having a courageous conversation with someone from a different life than your own. It was so successful that we're doing it again tomorrow at the Hart Park House at 6:00 p.m., if anyone would like to join us. One Book, One City had card making for Children's Hospital of LA, a Red Cross blood drive, a wonderful play at the Sierra Madre Playhouse, a community discussion, and so much more. We were also able to continue our annual bookmark contest with the ceremony happening right here in the City Council chambers. And we had 251 local artists from kindergarten through 8th grade participate. All of this ingenuity and collaboration has led to some amazing new programs and some amazing statistics. I know it's kind of hard to see, but the most recent fiscal year, July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, is in purple, and the previous year is in blue. Even though we were closed for 10 weeks, from October 16th, 2023 to January 8th, 2024, we managed to host some programming, including our online programs, which is our Third Thursday Book Club and our Pajama Story Time, which are both on Zoom. Additionally, we had a total of 315 programs for 2023 and 2024, with almost 11,000 attendees. This is an amazing statistic, and I am very proud of my staff for being able to continue to provide programming for this community. Last year, we had no closures for COVID, and we had no moves. We had a total of 435 programs with just over 11,000 attendees. So despite our closure and moving locations, and we were able to be very inventive with our programming, we managed to have 120 less programs this fiscal year with only 196 fewer attendees. Very proud of that. We are nothing without the community we serve. It is so amazing when our community works to help us do more and serve better. With our limited on-site programming capacity, we have been able to work with other community entities to continue and even create new lasting events. We've had local facilities like the YMCA, Sierra Madre Playhouse, and the Kensington host and facilitate programs. We also have support from our Sierra Madre Fire Department for the annual Pumpkin Smash. This will be our 4th year doing this program, and 2023 had 252 attendees. We did not have that many pumpkins. That would have taken a very long time. Community service has worked so graciously with sharing park and facility space with us, and this is all to say that we are very appreciative of this community and the myriad of ways the library feels supported. The previous fiscal year, the library focused on adding additional digital services for the anticipated closure and relocation. In addition to Libby, which is free audio, e-audiobooks, and ebooks, we offered Canopy, which is free streaming movies, and Mango Languages, which is free online language courses. We're happy to announce that the public libraries in California will continue to offer the free Parks Pass. That was actually going away due to budget cuts, but it has survived. So we will continue to be able to check out the State Parks Pass from the library. And we also offer mental health kits for children, STEAM kits, launch pads, which are preloaded educational tablets for kids, and we are also purchasing some for adults, and mobile hotspots. We're also getting a hiking backpack, which goes along with the State Parks Pass, which will include trekking poles, a really cool magnifying glass, and a bunch of other, even a mosquito net, for all of our very active outdoor community. The library has also been doing more for community outreach, and we've been able to participate in community events like National Night Out with the Sierra Madre Police Department, the Fire Prevention Festival, Earth Day, the Sierra Madre Elementary School PTA STEAM Night, and more. We love sharing with the community in more ways than one what the library has to offer. I know I have mentioned it once or twice, but the library was closed for about 10 weeks this fiscal year, and these statistics include not only checkouts made physically at the library, but also checkouts through our digital ebooks and e-audiobooks with Libby by Overdrive. Purple, again, is the most recent fiscal year that ended on June 30th, 2024, and blue is the previous fiscal year of 2022-2023. We had a little over 91,000 items checked out in person or online this year, to last year's almost 109,000. I'm very proud of these numbers. Despite the closure, when we moved to the temporary location, less than half of our collection came with us. Most of our collection remains in storage. One statistic that is no longer shown on this annual report is our patron count. We were not able to install our gate counters at the temporary location, and despite our staff initially trying to head count people as they walk through the door, this proved to be a little bit more of a task than possible. So we will not have a patron count until we return to our home at 440 West Sierra Madre Boulevard. Just letting you know. Our community is amazing, not just regarding the use of the library, but also in supporting the library. We have seen a revitalization in organizations like the Sierra Madre Library Foundation, which is currently fundraising for the renovated library's furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Our programming would not be possible without the Friends of the Sierra Madre Public Library. The library is guided by our Library Board of Trustees. We receive support from the Sierra Madre Community Foundation for special programs like our Summer Science Workshop and our Walk This Way, a Story Adventure. The Sierra Madre Historical Preservation Society supports our archives. The Sierra Madre Civic Club supports our summer reading kickoff events. Other local entities like Kiwanis, Mountain View News, and more support our annual bookmark contest. We have been able to continue our Tails and Tales program after COVID with the help of local therapy dog organization Love on a Leash. If you ever want to come read to a dog, I know a place. For their Bronze Award project, local Girl Scout Troop 7841 took our almost 70-year-old original children's room benches and refinished, repaired, and painted them to be used again in the temporary library's children's room. We could not be the library we are without the support we receive. I especially want to thank our Library Board of Trustees for their guidance, our Friends of the Sierra Madre Library who have pledged $695,000 toward the furniture, fixtures, and equipment of the renovated library, which is not being covered by the grants, and our Sierra Madre Library Foundation, who will fundraise additionally for our furniture, fixtures, and equipment. All this for their endless and unwavering support and assistance. There's a lot that's next. In 2022, the library received grants thanks to the California State Library and Assemblymember Chris Holden's office to renovate our 1955 building that is in need of ADA and seismic updates. The current renovation is the culmination of 7 previous attempts at a new library building renovation or funding since 1967. That's 57 years of effort. Here is a rundown of what the grants can be used for, which hopefully we all know now. Both grants need to be expended by March 31st, 2026. Originally, the $10 million state grant was to be expended by January 31st, 2025, but thankfully I was able to secure an extension early in this process. I was also able to adjust the grant to allow funding for construction project manager, which we have hired as Vertex Engineering. Additionally, the Building Forward Infrastructure grant is being matched by federal ARPA funds. We have come a long way in the 2 years since we've been notified of receiving the grants. We secured an architecture firm, TSK Architects. We moved an entire library. completed a remodel design that is working its way through our planning department, hired a construction management firm, Vertex Engineering, and are currently so very close to hiring our construction contractor to begin work. The big thing I would like to share with City Council and everyone here and everyone watching at home is our groundbreaking ceremony, which is happening Tuesday, September 17th at 11 o'clock a.m. at 440 West Sierra Madre Boulevard. We hope to see you all there as we embark on something entirely new. With that, the library has transformed and changed in so many wonderful ways this past year. What an exciting time to be involved with this library and this city. What an amazing time to pull together as a community and really see the future of the library unfold in front of us. Thank you one and all for your support of the library. This concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I just have one question. It's a bit of a softball. Does the new location have publicly available Wi-Fi?
Yes, we have public Wi-Fi. We're very excited about it, and if anyone follows us on social media, you saw me get splashed with water and then jump up and down in joy for that. So we do have public Wi-Fi. We do not have public computers available at this time, but we are working to be able to have you check out laptops while in the library.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just a quick one to reiterate. How many times did we try to fund the update of the renovation in the library? Was it 5?
Seven times since 1967.
7 times since 1967. So thank you for all your efforts. You know, to see only a decrease of 10% of circulation and probably similar amount of events. You guys are working really hard on this, and just we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Shall we
Or mahalo nui loa.
Should we give a round of applause?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And then to continue on that note, I think our Public Works Director is going to give us a quick update, further update on the improvement project.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This week I met with Vertex Engineering along with TSK Architects. This is regarding our weekly construction meetings. As I mentioned in our last City Council meeting, things are picking up. These meetings are now being held 3 times a week, so pretty much on a daily basis. Whether that be through via Zoom or in person here at City Hall. This week alone, we finalized logistics regarding the construction company's onboarding. I would like to get a head start on that, making sure that we're ready when we make that decision. A more in-depth review of additional plans for phase 1 of the project, which consists of demolition. We do need a set of plans for demolition. Ladies and gentlemen, I also please know that these meetings, I'm sorry, I did talk about that. Never mind. On July 11th, the request for qualifications bidding process for the general contractor came to a close. I'm pleased to report that we received a total of 3 qualified construction companies. These are nationwide companies that specialize in construction, along with specializing in municipality buildings. With that, all 3 companies have been vetted, and the results are positive. Yesterday, the companies were invited to submit the request for proposal, the RFP, which I was pleased to hear from them when I spoke to them on the phone, that they are enthusiastically they will submit an RFP. So I'm looking forward to that. Upon receiving and reviewing the RFP request, I will present my findings to our city manager, along with my recommendation for an award. As Librarian Reagan mentioned earlier, we are still on schedule for groundbreaking on September 17th. This concludes my presentation. At this time, I will address any questions you may have.
Any questions from the council?
It's a quick one. With the RFP, is this considered a professional services contract?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just follow up on that. And you said you asked them to submit it. When will those be received by, and when will we select the construction company?
Those RFP bids, this morning actually, I shared this with City Manager Reynoso. We did take a deep dive into logistics, and what happened there is the fact scheduling. Now that we know the 3 companies that will be submitting an RFP, part of the questioning during the request for qualifications was their schedule. In the interest of time, this is a time, it's a very important, time is very important in this project. So with that, dates were changed from previous dates that were established. So to answer your question, Council Member, RFP bid opening will go out August 2nd. A pre-bid walk of the property will be August 15th. And an RFP bid due date of September 12th. This all will fit in accordance to our construction plan of 12 months.
So we've got the groundbreaking on the 17th. So will we have selected the construction company by the 17th?
No, that could be done at the second council meeting in September.
Okay. Following. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Do either Vertex or yourself have any experience with the three that passed the RFQ?
I am very happy to announce that during my tenure with the County of Ventura, I worked with one of the companies. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good to hear. Thank you.
Great. Anything further? Thank you very much for the update. I appreciate it.
Very welcome. Thank you.
All right, let's take a 5-minute or 7-minute break and be back at 8:05.
My watch said it's time to stand.
So
I had
let's
a couple candies.
reconvene, and maybe I'll ask Chief Bartlett to come up. I think he has the next two items on the agenda.
Two very brief items. Ready, Madam
Yes,
Mayor?
please.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Here for the first time before you this evening to basically, I was asked by Councilmember Lowe through one of her requests to take a look at the possibility of potentially Sierra Madre establishing its own Fire Safe Council and Firewise community as a result of some of the most recent engagements that we've had with CAL FIRE and LA County Fire. So done some research on it as far as what it can look like and what it entails, but basically the differences as well between the two organizations. So starting with the Fire Safe Council, the definition is basically they're a community-led organization for wildfire protection whose goals will be to increase safety of residents, protect homes and businesses, and mobilize community resources and efforts. The benefits of a Fire Safe Council, again, are community mobilization, which basically engages residents who have a vested interest in protecting their properties and community assets. Partnerships, where they can form coalitions between public and private organizations. And emergency preparedness, which would allow them to develop plans to minimize losses and enhance safety before a wildfire occurs. The steps to establishing a Fire Safe Council, and let me kind of back up on this as well, is this Fire Safe Council and both in addition the Firewise community are not city entities. They would be citizen-led communities, similar to CERT program, if you will. But basically the steps to establishing a Fire Safe Council is recruitment of members, so identifying potential members, initiating some meetings, for instance, a community meeting where they would engage community members, identify their leaders, and discuss fire hazards and potential projects. Then they would have an organizational meeting to elect their board members, establish committees, develop mission statements, and set objectives. Another thing that they would look at is a nonprofit status. For example, consideration of forming a 501c3 for funding purposes. A Firewise community, by definition, is a program by the National Fire Protection Agency, or NFPA, that encourages the reduction of wildfire risks through local solutions. The recognition criteria for this organization would be form a board or a committee, create a wildfire risk assessment and action plan, meet annual participation goals, and document success and maintain a in good standing status. The benefits of a Firewise recognition is risk reduction, which encourages and educates homeowners on steps to reduce wildfire risks. Community engagement promotes collaborative efforts among neighbors to enhance safety and sustainability, which would help provide framework for ongoing wildfire risk reduction activities. And so some examples of what a Fire Safe Council and a Firewise community can do would basically be community events. They can organize community cleanup days, some chipper events as we've done in the past, and also educational workshops. Communication, they can help us with our efforts, for example, to implore community participation in our RAVE and Smart 911, as well as our Genesis Zone Haven platforms. Again, collaboration, partnering with the fire department and other fire safe councils and community groups for resources and support. How they would work together, definitely collaboration, planning. Fire safe councils can use the Firewise program as a framework for their activities, ensuring their efforts align with best practices. Community engagement, both programs rely on activity from community participation, which thankfully we have the abundance of here in Sierra Madre. But the Fire Safe Council can spearhead efforts in involving residents in FireWise activities such as the cleanup or educational days. They would have shared goals where both would aim to reduce wildfire risk and enhance community resilience, making their efforts complementary. The Fire Safe Council can coordinate broader community projects, while the FireWise activities can focus on individual property improvements. Funding opportunities would be available to both, where the FireWise recognition can help secure grants and funding, which the Fire Safe Council can manage and distribute to community projects. Of course, the question would be which would come first, the chicken or the egg on this one. It's a matter of preference or just priority, depending on the organizations. However, if a Fire Safe Council was to be the first organization that would be developed, they would have basically a broader scope where they would mandate and focus on overall community preparedness, advocacy, and larger scale projects. Community mobilization, again, organizing the community, creating a strong foundation for the FireWise activities. And then resource management, which they can handle the administrative task of securing funding, coordinating projects, and ensuring sustained momentum. If we went FireWise community first, basically there would be implementing FireWise principles can quickly reduce risk at the individual property level, and building momentum in activities can generate enthusiasm and support for broader community efforts, leading to naturally leading to the formation of a Fire Safe Council. So some strategies and approach. Basically, optimal strategy would be to establish a Fire Safe Council first to create a strong organizational foundation. The Fire Safe Council can then coordinate and support FireWise community activities, leveraging the structure and recognition provided by the FireWise community to enhance overall community safety and resilience. The integrated approach, the two organizations could work hand in hand, with the Fire Safe Council focusing on broader community initiatives and the FireWise program targeting individual property improvements. And this integration approach ensures a comprehensive wildfire risk reduction and maximizes the benefits for the community. So basically, we've done a little bit of research. We have in the past had a Fire Safe Council here in Sierra Madre. And according to the research and what we were able to find online, is it was originally established in 2006. The organization was dissolved in 2013. Their nonprofit or 501c3 status was revoked in 2016, and the organization was terminated in 2022. So we are basically looking at trying to revitalize this. The conclusion that we've come up with in the fire department, basically on trying to maybe help partner with this and kind of spearhead the start of it, is basically establishing the Fire Safe Council first, where Sierra Madre can ensure a coordinated community-wide effort to address wildfire risk while also setting the stage for individual properties to achieve FireWise recognition, leading to a safer and more resilient community overall. So basically, the call to action would be encouragement from City Council and community membership to support the reestablishment of a Fire Safe Council and start a FireWise community in Sierra Madre. And the next steps are to organize initial meetings, recruit members, and start developing a community wildfire risk assessment and action plan. And the fire department is currently collaborating with some of our residents. We have at least a couple individuals that have expressed some interest in getting this going again. And so we are working right now on locking in that date within the next couple of weeks, to at least sit down and see what that looks like. But it does look like we will have to start over again with the Fire Safe Council and basically go from there. But that's bringing forth the request to kind of look into this and see. Obviously, it would be a great partnership for the fire department to help, especially educate and even the funding opportunities that we cannot get, that would hopefully reach out to private homes and their properties and such. So we're excited about this. We're excited about the participation, as usual, from our community and the interest in trying to get this going again. So that concludes my report or presentation. Here for any questions.
Any questions?
I do.
Sure, Councilmember Goss.
So, so you're saying you have to have the Fire Safe Council to do the FireWise community?
My understanding is you don't have to have one or the other. It's just basically the effects are. The Fire Safe Community or Fire Safe Council is a more broader aspect, so it's going to take into account the whole city and everything that we're doing. The FireWise community will focus more, if you will, I would equate it to like a neighborhood watch. So it's your block people, it's neighbors immediately helping neighbors next to them and trying to look at it that way. But the Fire Safe Council will be able to manage funding, distribute the funding to, hopefully to the residents themselves, and we as a city would become a FireWise community.
The reason I ask is because when I was at the COG, the state insurance commissioner's representative was there, and she said that the insurers in the state will look favorably at homeowners if they're in a FireWise community. They could get, might be the difference between them getting covered or not, or having more favorable rates. So they didn't say anything about Fire Safe Council when she said that. She mentioned FireWise community.
They're both very popular right now, especially if they're in the state of California for insurance purposes.
So you think the Fire Safe Council is also would have that kind of impact?
I think it would be very viable, and especially I think the two probably need to exist in tandem, to be honest with you. And we could take a look at starting them both up relatively quickly, but I think we need more of the Fire Safe Council as more, if you will, a governing body of what the public and the volunteers would try to do with this, and then the FireWise community would be your local residents that aren't really getting involved, but they want to do something immediately for their properties and their neighbors. Right. Yeah, so I think they work hand in hand.
Can I add, just because the reason this came up was during our visit from CAL FIRE and LA County Fire, Forestry, they discussed that you have to have Fire Safe Council as well as FireWise to receive a lot of the grants for individuals to get clearance. So those of the people we know that can't afford the clearance or can't, physically do it, this is the only way they can access those funds. And the Nature Friends applied for one grant last year, and they were denied because we don't have a Fire Safe Council nor FireWise. And it is true, they also mentioned that insurance rates will be dependent upon, and now how much that your discount is or how much cheaper it will be, they don't know yet, but that has been said that with FireWise, they will be.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so first off, thank you for your leadership on this. I also want to thank Captain Bertrand because I know he's been passionate about this, so thank you to him as well. And I appreciate kind of your approach on it. I think it sounds logical to me that we start with the Fire Safe Council. My question is that the Venn diagram between the Fire Safe Council and the community, could that end up becoming a circle? Recognizing there's different things you have to do with each, but if you've got the community and you've got the people engaged, could they be could the leadership essentially be the same, even though they'd have to have separate paperwork to be incorporated?
I would envision it the same way. There's a little bit more that I have to dive into on this, and I'll be more than happy to share with you as well. But I was recently able to find the handbooks on establishments for both of those organizations, so it would kind of maybe outline a little bit of what your question is asking, really, on how they would work and how they work together. I almost see that, yes, if we start the Fire Safe Council, by default, we're becoming FireWise community. So again, a little bit more research to do on that, but we are definitely going to kick this off and get the word out there, and we've got some people that are interested in jumping on board.
Fantastic. Go run with it.
Yeah, on that note, I guess my question in terms of one versus the other is, what are the folks that have expressed interested in doing? Because that to me sort of drives, if they have a preference as to what they would like to be involved in, like I'm all for going with the people who want to roll up their sleeves and do what they would prefer if we think it's going to be a productive effort.
The couple individuals that I know we're going to be meeting with here, hopefully within the next couple weeks, one of them was on the Fire Safe Council before, and so they are very interested in joining again or helping, not necessarily being on the board, but being more of a participant in it. And we have another individual that most likely would love to establish a board and be part of that as well. But to your question, both of them are interested in the Fire Safe Council.
Okay. That's good enough for me. I mean, if someone else is willing to do the work, then I'm happy to defer to what is, what their vision and what their mission is.
Yes, and also I just think it's probably a little bit more of a lift to go through, and you're going to have to do your articles, I mean your bylaws and everything, get your nonprofit status, and there's probably, it seems like a little bit more legwork to get that going, and again to Councilmember Goss's, Mayor Pro Tem Parkhurst is, I think one will follow the other one very easily after we establish the first.
That's great. Thank you so much for your update.
Absolutely.
Do you want to just pivot right into your?
We'll just stay up here, yes, ma'am. So again, thank you. And so we were asked basically on the public safety side, and you'll hear from my partners after myself, but just again to give an update of where we sit with our master plan, at least for the fire department. And so I just wanted to give you a status update. Again, we contracted with a professional service agreement with AP Triton to help develop the fire department's master plan. And the partnership is designed to enhance our department's capabilities, ensuring that we meet the community's involvement needs efficiently and effectively. And the scope of the project outlined by our consultant is comprehensive, focusing on several key areas to evaluate and enhance our fire department's operations. And basically, a brief overview of it is, for us, it was broken down into 6 sections that they were working on. Section 1 being the project initiation and development of a work plan, where basically they conducted backgrounds, they looked at the goals and expectations, leading to a refined work plan detailing responsibilities, major tasks, resources, and evaluation methods. Procurement of information and data, which was a very large lift because they did have to take a look, for instance, from Verdugo, all of our calls for service for the last few years, and in some cases up to 5 years. Through Whitman, who's our third-party medical billing vendor, as well as Digital EMS, who is they house all our EMS data and patient contact forms and everything. So again, 3 to 5 years of data that they basically they're having to sift through and put together. We also did the stakeholders and community input, which every member of council participated in, as well as staff and as well as community members. The step 2 was basically evaluation of current conditions. So an organizational overview, which is basically the service area, history, governance, and financial resources. A financial overview, where our finance department submitted quite a bit of information and data for them on our financial statuses and budget management. Descriptions and reviews of services provided. So basically they assess the current service delivery, emergency response services, and staffing as well. They took a look and evaluated our management processes, including missions, strategic planning, communications, and information technology. They also took a look at our staffing and personnel to include the levels, allocation, and personal management systems. Planning for fire protection and EMS, they're analyzing that. Capital facilities and equipment, again, reviewing that and looking at assessing the current conditions and the future needs. Support programs, so like EMS, public education, communications, and any specialized rescue services that we can provide. And then service delivery and performance, where they're looking at the levels, the response reliability, and performance to benchmark future objectives. The third section was basically, and this is kind of a separate basically analysis and report that we requested, is a community risk assessment. So they're going to conduct an all hazards analysis to assess risk, vulnerabilities, and community characteristics, which is aiding in future emergency service planning and delivery. And then section 4 was basically future delivery system models. So establishment of performance objectives for goals based on community risk and expectations. We're going to be providing short and midterm strategies. So recommending improvements in management, staffing, service delivery, training, and funding. And then recommend long-term strategies as well for resource deployment, facility locations, and infrastructure needs. The final section basically is the development, review, and delivery of the plan is where we currently sit. So they've received everything that they need, and they are currently basically preparing the draft and the technical review for me to take a look at. And then once that is done, the final master plan will be done, including a comprehensive review and publication and presentation as well. We also opted as part of this, a sixth component of it, which was the community survey, and, a virtual, which we actually ended up doing in person, community meeting. So our survey, got the results from that. I would have loved to seen a lot more numbers on this, but they assured me that our numbers and participation in this was outstanding. But we had 257 participants. For those that attended that meeting, they were hoping to get us 100. So we, did much better than doubling it 1.5 times. And they also assured us that with 95% confidence that our survey results are accurate within a 5% margin of error. So basically that's currently where we sit. The technical review will be coming out to me between now and through August. And worst case completion of this, they've asked that we look at October, but we're really expecting this somewhere probably in September, to be honest. A lot of work. It's a very big lift. It's something that is basically we're doing from the inception of the career department. So there's really nothing that is kind of given precedence to this. So we're excited for this, and hopefully it'll be completed and available for everybody for their review very soon. And that concludes my presentation and available for any questions.
Any questions?
Did they give you any of the survey results?
The survey results, no. This is the one thing that I will not see in draft form. The only thing that they did say is they were looking at it around 90 to 95% favorability for the fire department. People seem to appreciate and really back what we're doing right now. So as we thought, we have great community support, and we're very appreciative of that. But other than that, they're not gonna, that's the one thing they don't want to release early at all.
The reason I ask is just because we keep seeing this theme tonight with educating our community and telling them what we have and teaching them like what to do. And I'm curious how we do that. And that one question asking, how do you receive information? Really would be interesting to me to see how do we give them information? Because that meeting, yes, because that meeting, people said, I didn't know that. I didn't know this. I didn't know this. Well, it's true because we don't really know how to get it to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Late breaking entry for our second update on the police department master plan.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I would just like to say ditto for the fire department, and that concludes me for tonight. At the same time, the fire department entered into their assessment, so did the police department. We've been a professional organization for almost 100 years now. In the next couple of years, it will be our 100-year celebration. We looked at several companies and decided on Meloria Public Safety Group. They have a track record of dealing with local, national law enforcement agencies and doing assessments. Our assessment was a little bit different from the fire department. We did not have all the components that they are doing. Ours is mostly an internal assessment of the department, our operations, our staffing level, and hopefully getting a guide for the future of how to be more efficient in the way that we deliver the service that we do. They met with, started with myself and the chief, gave a laundry list of questions that needed to be answered. We provided that information. Mostly my supervisors who have different collateral assignments gave some detailed information. They met with about 99% of the staff members. There were some that just, for scheduling purposes, they couldn't meet with, and got their insight and on how they feel about the department, where the department is currently, and where they feel the department should be going in the future. The other key component, just like with the fire department, was a major thing was an assessment of our data. The data was a major component. They went back 5 years in getting information. So everything related to calls for service, how long we were on calls, the different type of calls that we dealt with, our personnel hours, how they spend their personnel hours, and all of that information. I am kind of happy to say that they were able to provide us actually this week a draft version of their report. I now have about 300 pages that I have to go through and read and make a determination of what in the report is relevant to the agency. We're on track, just like with the fire department, to have everything completed by September and come to City Council with a full presentation. So, yes.
Any questions?
I just had a.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I just had a quick one. So the fire department did had a town hall and had a survey. It sounds like yours didn't. I'd love just to know your logic on it, kind of, what your approach is and how you're seeing it is different.
I think part of that was we did have a community assessment interaction done not too far from the time that we started this. It was actually when I was in the acting position, myself and the fire chief had a community town hall meeting. Right. So the more direction was just to look at internally how our processes and what we do and our staffing level to be more efficient in the way that we provide service to the community.
Anything else? Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes.
This may be the latest we've ever approached our consent calendar with all that's gone on tonight. City Clerk Aguilar, would you like to present on this item?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The City Council this evening is being asked to consider 3 items for approval, and 2 items require no action. The first of the 5 is consent item A, is consideration of resolution 24-47 approving certain demands. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council approve resolution 24-47. Second item B is the fiscal year 24-25 budget book. This item does not require any action from the City Council, and it is recommended that the City Council receive and file the budget book. Consent item C is the Code Enforcement Officer's annual report. Again, no action is required, and it is recommended that the City Council receive and file this report. Consent item D is consideration of the purchase and outfitting of police patrol vehicle. And the recommendation from staff is that the city council approve the purchase and outfitting of 3 Dodge Durango Police Pursuit all-wheel drive vehicles. And lastly is the item that was introduced to the city council this evening at the beginning of the meeting. It is consideration of resolution 24-51 for the Los Angeles County Regional Park and Open Space District allocation of Measure A funds. This report has come to the city council previously in April. In April, the city council voted to approve the project for the pickleball court at Sierra Vista Park, contingent on city staff seeking funding from an outside source, not the general fund. City staff has done their due diligence and has been able to secure funding from the Los Angeles Open Space Grant Funding, Measure A. And one of the requirements of the county is that the city provide a resolution adopted by the city council allowing for the acceptance of the grant funds. So that and any other distributions of grant funds related to Measure A. So city staff is requesting and recommending that the city council adopt resolution 24-51 as a formality and to formalize the action taken in April, and to authorize the city manager to sign all necessary documents related to this project and any additional grant funding distributions. Madam Mayor, that concludes my report.
Great. Let's do a quick roundtable on questions on the consent items. Anything on the warrants, item A? Anything on the budget book, B?
Mayor?
Yes.
So I noticed in the budget book that our recruitments are expected to go down. It was 24 2 years ago, 12 last year, and we're expecting to have 8. I just love to know the logic on that one.
City Manager.
Madam Mayor, we'll have Assistant City Manager respond.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. When we're putting together the budget book, one of the items is the turnover rates. In looking ahead, the projected numbers are based on how we're trending in terms of stability and retention, the things that we've done to attribute to that, such as looking at salary increases, as well as other factors that play into retention, quality of life, things like that, work-life balance, things that we can include in that. So when we look at that, the number decreasing through the last couple of years, it has been decreasing. So when we look at the current year and where we are and how things are going, it's a very subjective number. So we look at that and say, okay, well, 8 sounds like it would be a reasonable number for what we're looking at in the new fiscal year for 24-25. We're hoping that it would be less than that, looking at the stability that we've seen over the last couple of years, specifically with our police department, fire department, and our utilities department, which have been our highest number of turnover rates in the last few years. So with seeing the stability in those departments, we're hoping that those numbers will come down and be low for the next couple of years. So we'll hope that that's what would happen this year, in this fiscal year.
Great, thank you. And is it typical for cities to calculate the turnover rate? Do they, in your experience in working with other cities, have you been able to do comparisons on turnover rates?
We have looked at other cities. Not every city will perform that task. Larger cities, I think might be a little more challenging. The smaller cities, or the like cities of Sierra Madre, are probably easier to factor the turnover rate. But we have, for example, South Pasadena's 23-24 turnover rate is 14%, which is similar to where we are, or last fiscal year. So when we look at that, yes, and we will factor that in our data. It won't be in the budget, but we will have that data available for when we discuss salary increases or discuss reorganization. I think that would be a useful information or useful data. to look at what and how other cities are trending with their turnover rates.
Thank you very much. It's encouraging signs, and I want to thank everybody on staff for working to try to focus on retention of our staff and on keeping that turnover rate low. We'd like to keep the idea that this is a great city to work in. So
yes, thank you.
I just wanted to comment on that really quick too. I appreciate that data, especially too, because we've been hearing about other cities and how they have a higher turnover, not in our data, but we've heard from especially those public safety departments as well as public works and your ability to have, and staff's ability to be able to change the MOUs and increase this last year has really made it effective in retaining all of our people and fully staffing. So that recruiting that you guys do is amazing, because we calculated the loss before in other meetings for how much we lose every time we lose a well-trained individual and we have to retrain someone new. That's costing us and outfitting them and everything. So
yes.
Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
Anything else? I will just say congrats to the finance department on yet another, amazing job on the budget. So I will say that while we're on this item. Item C. This is the code enforcement annual report.
I was like, which one?
Thank you.
They're somewhat alliterated tonight. The budget book is B and the code enforcement is C. The Dodge Durangos are D.
Oh. You pattern.
I suspect there might be a question on this.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So a question on it. Did we consider in the purchase of these vehicles, did we consider the opportunity to go electric? And if so, kind of what were some of the considerations and the challenges and barriers encountered in that?
Captain Amos will take that question, and I'll be available to assist as well.
Good evening again. How are you? Give me a second. Let me try to get some stuff here corrected. Okay. So as a whole, the department is looking in that direction. The need for the purchase of these vehicles is currently our fleet is past its expected life point. We have vehicles that are over 125,000 miles, over 5+ years. Typically, when in a month we have at least 1 or 2 of our patrol vehicles down for at least a good portion of the time for repairs. So in looking at the budgeted, the budget for this fiscal year and the need to replace those vehicles, we had an opportunity to get within the budget amount 3 vehicles at a great discount. So that is the reason why we went in that direction. But as a department as a whole, we are looking into doing electric vehicles. We're looking at a more phase of approach to end. I know there are some local cities like South Pasadena that did it all at once. They, in the chief speaking to the chief there, even the chief said we should have done a phased approach into it. So that's the direction that we're going in. We're looking at if receiving the earmark money to make some purchases of electric vehicles. With the Catamus grant, we're actually looking to get a all-electric pickup truck. So we are making those steps there. Additionally, this gives a little bit more time to build up our infrastructure to be able to support those vehicles, because that is a major thing. When you go from the gas to electric, that is a major consideration to think about where we're going to put those at. We have limited space in our Sally Port. We have limited parking, because I hear about all the complaints about all the PD vehicles that are parked in the parking lot. Again, it is a consideration that we're going down, and that we are taking a systematic approach. And the way I like to look at it with any piece of equipment that we get, I want to make sure that we are responsible in getting something that fits the needs of the department. And that is a key thing. Teslas are the big boys out there, but you do have other car manufacturers that are making some levels of electric type based vehicles. So it's really making a really good assessment of what really works here for the city. So.
Are these are these vehicles really available right now, and were you able to negotiate any savings in this purchase?
Yes, the vehicles will be here if approved. The vehicles can be here within 2 weeks. We did a nationwide search for availability, and my main thing was what is in stock now, not what you can get in a month or two. I needed something now. We were able to locate a dealer down in Tennessee who had a very enormous stock of vehicles. Actually, a neighboring agency last year brought several patrol vehicles from the same individual or the same company. We reached out to him, and he was able to let us know that he had, we were able to get 3 within. When you look at the sticker price of the vehicles, the sticker price is about $50,000, and we got it for about $45,500 for the Durangos. If you compare that to what we currently drive, the Ford Explorers are about $60,000 more, are at about $60,000. So that's even a bigger cost savings that we considered. That's always a consideration, to be fiscally responsible in the way that we make our choices.
While I would appreciate us having electric, I also always want to think about the fiscal responsibility of the city and appreciate your efforts in this, and particularly appreciate you being able to save the city $15,000 on a sticker price and closer to, what is that, $60,000 of an overall price compared to alternatives. Thank you.
Yes, but again, I want to emphasize that we are going in that route. We're actually looking at, hopefully, with the earmark money, to at least get in some versions of a patrol-based electric vehicle, so that our staff can test it and see if it really works for us. So.
Great.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, and then our newly inserted item E around the grant money for the pickleball court. Any questions? Again, I just want to give a shout out to our staff for identifying and securing funding for this project, which we've heard a lot from the community about, and I think the way it's trending, we'll be able to complete the project without impacting our general fund, and so that's a really amazing service to our city and not at an expense to our budget. So thank you to all those who were involved in that. Now I'm opening it for public comment on any items on the consent agenda.
Madam Mayor, there were no speaker cards submitted.
Okay, any discussion?
Just a quick comment on the budget book. Yeah, as you know, we already approved the budget, but we received the budget book, which has a lot more detail relative to what we saw. Kind of the takeaways that I'm seeing on the revenue side, we're seeing, property taxes increase as they typically do, but we're seeing the UUT kind of dipping in a year, and then the projection is coming up just a little bit. I mean, very, very little. I dug into it a little bit. I looked at the consumer price index in Los Angeles area for utility rates. Actually, they've increased dramatically over the past couple of years, and we've seen that with our bills, right? On a kind of per unit basis. So you're scratching your head, what's going on? So then I dug a little deeper in the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and I saw within the consumer expenditure survey that the percentage expenditure in these categories is actually going down. So what does that mean? That means there's avoidance of these types of utilities. So people going to solar, people cutting cords, doing things in order to avoid some of these expenditures. And if people are avoiding these expenditures, even if they're at a higher rate, less people are spending on items that would drive the utility users tax, we're going to see a decrease in that revenue source. So that's just another example as to why we need a different and more stable revenue source going forward. However that turns out, we really need to, as a council, consider that. And that's kind of my big takeaway. But again, congratulations and kudos on another award to our finance department. A great budget, and we're doing more with less. I don't know how we keep doing it, but it's not sustainable. So kudos to finance.
Yes, Mr.
Just a quick
Vargas.
comment. I would like to kind of echo what Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Parker said about the police vehicles. I admire the fact that you had a sense of urgency, Captain Amos, that I think it's important we have good equipment out there, and it's up to date, and the newer the better. And I think that I'm applauding your judgment to go to something different than an Explorer. I happen to drive an Explorer, so I don't have a problem with Explorers. But if you can save that kind of money, this was a very substantial cost savings, and you're going to get these vehicles up and running for us fairly shortly. I thought that's really good work. So congratulations on that.
Great.
Move to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. So moving on to our first public hearing, I understand our finance manager might present on our user fee survey.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We are here today for part 2 of our user fee study. Joining us today also on the line is Tony Trasher from Wildan, who presented the user study on June 11th. Staff was directed by City Council on June 11th to go back and re-examine user fees, and we've done that, and back today. Variances reviewed were anything greater than $200 and or that had a 50% increase. We also had a second council subcommittee user fee study, which was conducted on July 10th, 2024. Library administration and community, there were no edits from the initial user fee study that was done. Next slide, please. Fire department, if it's okay with council, maybe as we go through these slides, we can have the directors come down and explain the changes if need be. So we're on fire department right now. Basically, it was just fire inspections that came down significantly. If you look at the suggested fee in red, that is the new fee, and the last column will have the fee that was on the original user fee study from 6/11. So, not sure if we need.
Let's just do it on an as-needed basis if there are other questions.
So if we have questions about their fees.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I ask one question then? What is a fire department training class?
If I may ask you to repeat that question, please.
Sure. It's listed under one of the fees. It says fire department training class.
That will be for any training class that we would be asked to basically instruct on. For instance, something that would come to mind is if somebody wanted us to provide CPR training that we wouldn't normally do, that would be a fee that we would charge.
And this is kind of not for your department, but kind of for your department. Under community services, they have a fee for if an EMT is required at an event. You don't have EMTs anymore, correct?
We do. We do have some EMTs. However, the majority are paramedics. That fee it'd be the same.
Okay, got it. I think that's it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chief. Next department is the police department, and namely on police department, fee changes were basically under for report fees and alarms. So, not sure. Any questions?
questions on the police fees?
No.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so we'll move on to building fees. There was just one item here, temporary power pole from 340 down to 190. Planning fees, affected here with wireless facilities primarily.
There was another fee on there for building and safety fees. It's called an impound of shared mobile devices. It's under, building and safety fees, right under commencing work without a permit, right above your last category, which is staff hourly rate. I'm wondering what exactly an impound of device services would be. Mobile device, sorry.
Hi, good evening. So the fee is related to the code enforcement. And I don't know if you remember, a couple years ago, we have an influx of shared mobility device like the Bird and
Lime or
Line and Bird. And then they would drop off at the intersections,
Got it.
and those were the impound fee that were
I was
set
thinking
in
mobile
place.
like a phone, but it's mobile.
Like like mobility.
Yes. I was like, why? Thank
Right.
you.
We'll move on to the Public Works Department, and there was just a few items on this page, this slide. And lastly, we have utility fees, and noted here are just the change in the 4-inch fire, or 4-inch or greater fire line or use service and sewer fees.
Any questions? Great. Thank you. I appreciate you guys doing a review of that based on the last meeting. Any questions in general? Okay, great. So I will open it up for public comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Oh.
sorry, I was a little slow on the take. So, the impact on this in the budget is, do we have a forecast on this and the impact of the budget?
We do not. The impact of these changes?
Yes.
No. We can get that.
Is Tony on the line that maybe he can answer that question?
Yeah, so as far as impact from a, on a fee-by-fee basis, because the fees are grouped into single revenue codes, they can't quite be separated out to provide such a revenue effect on an individual basis, and specifically not for the adjustments that were being brought forward tonight. I need to kind of pass it back possibly to finance to see if maybe they have anything on that.
I mean, I guess it would depend somewhat on the likelihood or frequency of these fees actually being charged, right? A lot of these are large developments that don't happen particularly often, right? Like, there's not that many people putting in a 4-inch utility meter, right?
That's true. But we did see in the budget book, I believe, for business licenses, like our changes, I think it decreased that revenue by half. And so, I mean, it's hard to say because there's a lot of stuff that's variable. I think we're doing the right thing. I think these all make sense. I support them, but I also want to just have us watch out for this. We're trying to be very thoughtful on our costs and everything. And so as we go forward, if you can, as a finance department, just kind of watch for that, and communicate to us because.
Question.
Sorry.
Turn
thank
into
you.
a question.
Yeah, turn into a question.
Can you, looking
Yes.
forward, try to make sure that we're looking at that?
Can you inform
Thank you.
council if there is a
It's been everywhere.
significant change of the fees in the future?
Sure, will do.
And with that, like, one question then is, did the fire department previously have those fees? No, so now that, yeah, verbally no, so they didn't have those fees. And so now those will be new revenue because we didn't charge before for those things.
I have a response that I will suggest during a discussion. Any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we don't have any speaker cards submitted, nor did we receive any emails.
My sense is that if the fee is going down to such a degree that, as you pointed out, that it reduces the projected revenue for that permit, it suggests that was a revenue, I'm sorry, that was a, we were overcharging, because this whole fee study was about, you know, recapturing expenses and not going more than what we should.
What our actual costs are. I think that's a really important point that we need to do.
We actually discussed that in the subcommittee meeting regarding the fact that it was a tax rather than cross recovery previously on some of that. Because
Yeah. Yes, this actually protects us legally in some cases, I would imagine.
And speaking of that, do you mind just giving a quick report out on the subcommittee meeting?
Oh, it was held on Zoom for both myself and Mayor Pro Tem, but staff was in the conference room together, so thank you to staff. We had, I think, everybody from E-Team was there to answer our questions. Also, Wildan was there as well. And what we try to do is articulate the feeling of the council that we had previously when we saw some of these fees, to make sure that there was the fees made sense. Sometimes it makes sense to, especially with police, to subsidize some of the fees for the residents because it's part of the service of the city. But some things, you know, we wanted to make sure that we cleaned up language, like the 4-inch line. It wasn't clear, so we cleaned up some of that language and dove in some of the other fees as well. But no, I think it was longer than we thought it was going to be because we kept uncovering little nuggets, but it was a very collaborative effort with all of the department heads, with myself and Mayor Pro Tem, kind of just diving down to the spirit of what these fees are for, and then making sure that we weren't overcharging. So, for example, I think it was a very good idea, and we kind of had the discussion about the 15-minute increments for the fire department to do an inspection. So it's 15 minutes or or any part thereof. Will that kind of get into a tax or not? Because if you do 16 minutes, that's 2 15-minute increments, right? So we kind of went through and we kind of winnowed that down to figure out that no, it's going to be okay. But we also were able to see in the mind of the department to see that, well, why couldn't we just contract that out to our Wildan representative, our fire marshal? But no, it makes sense for the engine of 4 or 3 rather, the engineer and the firefighters, to go in and see these larger commercial facilities for themselves and do the inspection, so they have an understanding of what they could potentially come into if there's an emergency. So it's not just the money, the dollars and cents. Some part of it is the why we're doing it a certain way, and I think that enlightened us a lot. And I think Mayor Pro Tem and I were in agreement with where we went on some of these, and kind of abolishing some of them. For instance, if you have that first alarm that's a false alarm, we're not going to charge you for that, right? So you know, originally there was a fee in there because it costs to go out for that first one. But those are the little things that we worked on and kind of refined.
Yes, a great summary. Thank you.
Thank you both for doing that.
Thank you.
Okay, if no more discussion, I would, is this just the first, or this is the second, so we're just actually passing this right now, right? So I would entertain a motion to approve.
There isn't a multiple reading on this, I don't think.
No,
is there?
it's not.
Yeah.
I move that we approve the user fee study prepared by Wildan Financial Services and approve the fiscal year 2024 to 2025 user fee schedule.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we do have a first reading. Senior Planner Wolf to present ordinance 1471 regarding amending chapter 5.36, commercial photography and motion picture filming.
Yes, thank you.
Temporary use permits.
Sorry. Thank you, and good evening, Honorable Mayor Krebs, Mayor Pro Tem Parkhurst, and members of City Council. Tonight we're going to be going over the ordinance 1471. And just as a quick background, On May 28th, when the community input was received regarding the prior ordinance, this was for the temporary use permits, home occupations and such, the community input stated that we request that the City Council consider strengthening the film ordinance to prevent R1 residents from using the film permit process as an effective TUP. Council's action to that was to direct staff to prepare a separate ordinance to address the concern. And staff did review the codified commercial photography and motion picture filming regulation. Planning and community services staff coordinated and discussed various questions. Finding that some provisions were confusing, cleanup has been recommended. First, I just want to address this the assertion here, starting with the fundamentals. Temporary use permit and film permits are both purpose-driven permits for the temporary use of land. A temporary use permit is the broadest way to permit a limited duration use. A film permit is a specific way to permit also a limited duration use. In that sense, you can think of a film permit as a kind of specialized type of temporary use permit, but they are still different permits. The key to determining which type of permit is appropriate is understanding the purpose of the activity. First, the city determines the purpose of the activity for which the permit is requested. Based on the purpose understood, staff then determines whether a temporary use permit is appropriate or a film permit is appropriate. And of course, those aren't the only two kind of limited duration activities. These are just simplified for the purpose of this presentation. Oftentimes, the purpose of the activity is better understood when the person making the request takes the time to articulate and discuss the activity with staff. Within the non-commercial areas, and that's primarily residential areas of Sierra Madre, temporary use permits are typically permitted with the purpose to promote family-oriented activities. These can include things like weddings, birthdays, and sometimes even carnivals. On the other hand, film activity is typically permitted with the purpose to promote the commercial entertainment industry and is typically issued to a film or photography studio. These two purposes are generally mutually exclusive of each other, and it would be highly atypical but not impossible for the circumstances to require both permits. So now I'd like to move on to some of the existing provisions and fundamentals of those. There exists an exemption from the temporary use permit for any permitted filming activity, and there also exists an exemption from a film permit for family videos. Now, going back to the concerns of the community input, a film permit cannot be used as an effective TUP. Simply put, we can look at the purpose of a filming regulation and see that it reads, allowing work associated with the production of commercial filming activities. So in light of the assertion being addressed with an explanation rather than action, staff found it reasonable to establish provisions for temporary use permits that are similar to filming permits, which is time between permitted activity. Currently in the non-commercial areas, there is no minimum required time between temporary use permits, unlike filming permits, which for residential areas requires a minimum 14-day wait period between productions. And then illustrated on the calendar here, this is a potential for highest amount of activity of filming and temporary uses. This is just filming and temporary uses. We can see that from the beginning of the filming activity in month 1 to the end over a 3-month period, with 2 temporary use permits in between, there is only 1 complete weekend without activity. If you're following on in the agenda report, that is figure 2 in that agenda report. Figure 1 has to do with the older prior to 1470. The amendment proposed would institute a 14-day wait period between any 2 temporary use permits, any 2 film permits, or between any temporary use or film permit. And again, that would be for properties within non-commercial areas, not pertaining to commercial areas. Now with the proposed amendment, we can see that the highest potential activity within a 3-month span allows for 2 full weekends as a break between filming and or temporary use permits. Now some nuance to note, which you might be asking yourself, Temporary uses can be conducted on Sundays, but filming activity cannot occur on Sunday. Since filming activity can be permitted up to 10 days per month, Sundays are not interpreted to break a single production into two. So with Sundays breaking, a whole production could span potentially 12 days. A single film production could span up to 20 days if its first 10 days are at the end of a month, and the last 10 days of the production are at the beginning of the following month. With Sundays breaking, the whole production could span 23 days. And then if anyone is wondering, I've already said this, but in commercial areas, temporary use permits and filming permit activity may coincide. Now on to some of the cleanup. Functionally speaking, what you see on screen are how the definitions are changing. Language added to the was added to the family videos definition is simply for the purpose of clarification. It stemmed from a concern which was that of cast and crew in a different definition, which could have been interpreted as being some interpretation, but it has been obviated by the clarifying language in the proposed amendment for family video that then obviates that need for clarification to cast and crew. There was also a concern that anyone could qualify themselves as news media personnel to get a free ride on the exemption from the filming permit. So the definition has been proposed for refinement to include language stating that news media personnel must possess valid credentials. And then area definitions were changed and simplified, but I'll go over that in the next slide. The last part of this is just elsewhere within the code. Some of that language has also had to been updated to follow the changes made to the definitions. And then another language update was made to where it's stated in the criteria for area standards from duration to frequency. So going back to the area standards here. So the current meaning of a residential area for the most part makes sense until you get to the last bit, and that's highlighted in red on the slide. So just upon reading this, I would not know how to interpret or determine whether certain sites around non-residential areas are one or the other. It's very confusing to say the least. So just as it was done for the two distinguished areas in temporary use permits regulations, the two distinguished areas for filming permits would match by calling the central core area the commercial area, and then essentially any other part of the city a non-commercial area. And then I also want to point out that as you read the ordinance, it's going to refer erroneously to commercial core area, which should actually read as central core area. So that'll be updated in the second reading. And then illustratively on a map, those two areas are distinguished this way. The highlighted area is that commercial area. Every other area outside of that is the non-commercial area. So the proposed change to the definition makes it very clear that only this exact area is non-residential, commercial, for the purpose of filming activity. It furthers the purpose of the and intent of the overall provisions of the chapter to protect the resident and property owners from potential adverse impacts of filming activities. And then I did include the language here on the slide. This part here focuses on the refined and simplified definitions, and also you'll see some of those changes reflected in the that one was the established 14-day wait period. And then this one is the simplified definitions and refined definitions. So in summary, there's a new regulation. It's a 14-day wait period between any permitted temporary uses and or filming permits, productions. Definitions were refined for family videos and news media. And then definitions were simplified from the non-residential to commercial area, and then from residential area to non-commercial area. And then for just logical sake, it was from duration to frequency in area standards. And then to summarize those fundamentals again, temporary use permits and film permits are purpose-based permits. Their purpose is determined and the appropriate permit is determined. A film permit is not an effective temporary use permit because one, a temporary use permit promotes family-oriented activity, and two, a temporary use permit promotes family-oriented activity, and two, a filming permit promotes the entertainment industry and commercial film and photography. The alternatives for City Council tonight are to adopt Ordinance 1471, amending chapters 5.36 and of Title V and chapter 17.88 of Title 17 of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. City Council may adopt with modifications Ordinance 1471, continue consideration of Ordinance 1471, or reject consideration of it. The recommended action is to adopt Ordinance 1471 in first reading. And then the timing following tonight's hearing is, following this first reading, the draft will be submitted to the California Film Commission for review and comments by its director. Then those comments will be forwarded to the City Council at the next available hearing, which is September 10th, 2024, in its second reading. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Senior Planner Wolf?
No.
I have one if no one else has anything.
I have just a small one.
Go ahead.
Just a first thank you. Your presentations are always very thorough and thoughtful. I appreciate that. And this isn't meant to be a joke, but in your previous presentations, you've put the QR codes in there, and I'm just curious why you didn't put them in there. Seriously, I actually think it was a really good thing. These are very detailed, very technical things. Anybody who wants to follow them, was there a reason you didn't include them?
So I originally had the QR codes up to gain some community attention for the temporary use permits. This is kind of tangent to that, so it didn't involve filming permits at this time.
Okay.
Also, creating these websites is very demanding on staff resources and time.
Okay.
So I do intend to update the website, but I don't have them updated at this time.
I think that makes perfect sense. I appreciate that logic, and I appreciate for the ones that have the bigger impact that you've got them and that you're thoughtful on the staff resources of it. So great on both counts.
Just a quick question about the Film Council. Is there an expectation that there will be any, I'm guessing based on your timeline, you don't think that there's going to be any concern coming out of the Film Commission of these changes?
So based on the state mandates that I've read, we are supposed to submit this to the California Film Commission at least 30 days prior to an ordinance adoption. Once submitted, that the director of the California Film Commission is supposed to submit their comments within 5 days of submission.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But substantively, I suspect that this is not expected to be of key concern for the commission.
I don't anticipate any concerns, but we'll have to look forward to it.
Great. Okay, if no further questions, I'll open for public comment on the first reading. All right, no public comment. Any discussion?
I think we've done that a lot.
I think we've.
Nice job.
Yes, very much.
Thank you.
I like the way you kind of posed the question. What is the purpose? It just really cleans everything up, the way you think about it. Kudos.
Yes, I just want to say that turning these code discussions into something like a chart that we can sort of see exactly sort of the interplay was genius, because if I had to read them against each other again, I may not have shown up tonight. So I am hopeful that we might have a break from the TUP ordinance for some time, but thank you very much for your work on this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, then I will.
To approve the first reading of Ordinance 1471.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Does that cover everything? Is it just the ordinance with the chapters?
Yes.
And then you are staying on to present our application for designating the Playhouse as a historical landmark, correct?
Yes, thank you. So good evening again, Council. On behalf of the Sierra Madre Playhouse, President of the Board of Directors, David Gordon, has submitted an application to nominate the Sierra Madre Playhouse for designation as a local historic landmark. On June 20th, the nomination was brought to a duly noticed public hearing before the Planning Commission, which concluded with a recommendation for approval to designate the property as a historic landmark. The property is situated at the north side of the boulevard, just east of Auburn Avenue intersection. The building was constructed in 1910, and in terms of development pattern, the site is among the first to be developed within its tract. Here's the Playhouse as it is seen today. However, it might be worth noting that since the photo was taken, work was done to refurbish the marquee to maintain its appearance. Its facade makes an appearance on the cover of Southern California Story, Seeking a Better Life in Sierra Madre by Michelle Zach. And then the illustration is a painting by Carolyn Garvat. It's titled Showtime. Here's a brief history and timeline of the property. The history of the site is rich but not well documented. Much of the information available was provided by Ward Calloway, a historian and former president of the board of directors for the Playhouse. He documented this in his unpublished reading titled This Old House. So beginning in 1910, the building was constructed and operated as a furniture store. Then in 1923, the furniture store closed and renovations began. It reopened then as a silent movie theater, and that really began its dawn into the entertainment industry. In 1930, and through the Great Depression, the theater had periods of closure and reopening in several iterations. But then in 1940, it reopened and functioned through 1964, where then a stage was built. Motion pictures did continue, and through 1970, the building was remodeled. Certain subdivisions were made to make storefronts within its footprint. And then moving through into 1979 was the dawn of the Sierra Madre Playhouse, where the proscenium was also built and a stage was raised, and that was done under Charles Andersay. In 1996, the Playhouse Board of Directors was formed under George and Yeti. In 2002, a second stage was added. This was a new concept for new productions brought from the Hollywood stage, and that was done under Verna Chilton. In 2005, the facade was remodeled by Tom Pendlebury based on the Great Man's Lady, and that's an Art Deco style that you see there today. The neon lighting was also added and refurbished. And then finally, our most recent event here is the 2021 marquee refurbishment. So at this point, I'd actually like to turn the presentation over to Mr. David Gordon, and he'll present on the significant contributions that the Sierra Madre Playhouse has for our community. Mr. Gordon.
Thank you, Joshua. Let me also introduce Matt Cook, who is our executive and artistic director, who will be sharing this presentation with me. So I admire the fortitude and resilience and stamina of members of the City Council. Only 4 hours into the meeting to discuss our item, but since we've waited 100 years to seek historic designation, what's an extra 4 hours here or there? So I want to make something clear. In the application, I am listed as the owner of the building because the application has to have an individual mentioned. I am not the owner of the building. It is owned by a not-for-profit, the Sierra Madre Playhouse, a California non-profit corporation. So I'm going to be commenting on historic significance, and Matt will talk about the cultural significance. In the interest of time, I've cut down my presentation and encouraged the many people who were seeking to speak in public comment in favor of this to stand down and not come this evening. So we are one of the oldest buildings in Sierra Madre. It was a furniture store, and we assume that the furniture store also was the place where people went to have their coffins made because it had wood, and that's why it had a basement, not a usual thing in Sierra Madre commercial buildings at the time. We also think that there probably were bodies stored in the basement, but they were covered up when it was converted into a movie theater to create the rake. The basement was filled up, and there was a rake all the way to the front door. No skeletons have yet been discovered. We have no skeletons at the Sierra Madre Playhouse. So it became a movie theater in 1924, and we celebrated our anniversary the same weekend, February the 2nd, with a silent film weekend. Of course, silent films are not silent because we show them with a piano accompaniment. We also celebrated by working with E. Waldo Ward to create a special commemorative centennial champagne marmalade to commemorate our 100th anniversary, working with another ancient organization in Sierra Madre. One of the things we are doing is actually bringing back silent film with piano accompaniment as part of our standard performances. One of the things I keep reminding people when they come to the theatre is that we are one of the few buildings in the world that was a movie theatre 100 years ago and still shows movies. If that doesn't make us historic, I don't know what does. Our sort of other significance as part of the community, we used the slogan, the beacon on the boulevard, during COVID, and we put messages on the Playhouse marquee to raise people's spirits. It's not just a building, it's a live institution. This is another of the messages we put up on the week of George Floyd's murder. And we also play our part in the community by using the marquee to thank our, our first responders, as we did here. By the way, it's time for somebody to please clean the filter. Every single slide you've seen this evening has had a message at the bottom saying, please clean filter. Somebody please clean them. Again, that's another of the messages that we put on. And I think it did have an effect of raising the morale of the community. So what are we now? We are a historic building, but we have begun to become something completely different. And Matt will talk about our new guise as a forward-looking historic building, as a performing arts center. Matt, you just press that one.
All right, thank you. So, you know, they outlined the timeline of what our building has been, and COVID made us rethink a lot of things. And the board of directors decided to transition from being strictly a building that showcases plays to one that showcases all of the performing arts. So now we present dance, live music, silent films with piano accompaniment, stand-up comedy, and everything in between, including extensive family programming. When we last surveyed our data on June 1st, we had sold out 80% of our performances, and we've welcomed a 70% new audience to the Playhouse, which has been great. Everything has been very well received, and we've actually sold more tickets as of July 1 than we have the last 3 years. So it's going very well. We're very active. By the end of this calendar year, we will have done 140 performances just this year. So there's always something going on. Let's see, the arrow. Right, so this is a picture from one of our family events where we partnered with Bob Baker Marionette Theater. They came 4 times, and of course, each event sold out weeks in advance. They're actually coming to do the Nutcracker. They're gonna do 50 performances at the Playhouse starting November.
50?
They used to do this at Pasadena Playhouse, but they decided to move it to Sierra Madre this year, and they've had a lot of roots in this community that they're looking forward to bringing
Did you say 50?
50. Yeah, and that's what they've done at Pasadena Playhouse for the last decade, and they have their own theater in central Los Angeles where they do 50 shows as well. And they sell out months in advance, so that's why they go to outside venues.
Wow.
Yeah, it'll be really fun. We have 12 to 15 other family events that we try to offer $10 or less tickets to. And that has dance programming, workshops, and various storytelling and things like that. Let's see. This is a picture of a silent movie presentation that we did with live piano accompaniment. We partnered with a nonprofit called Retro Format Films, and they are the leading nonprofit to preserve silent films, and they happen to be based in Los Angeles. So we're presenting 5 performances with them. But this was before the partnership, so we're looking forward to having a real partner, because as you can imagine, it's really hard to reach a community that is excited about silent films and has preserved it in this way. Retro Format, like I said, is the biggest in the area. They have a huge base of people that they're looking forward to bringing to Sierra Madre. This is from one of our classical music concerts. It's a Baroque ensemble called Tesserae. I think that you all were sent the email 2 weeks ago. We were featured in the Los Angeles Times, where they were so generous talking about the city, about the parking, about the building, and about our programming. So the classical music is really taking off in an exciting way. And we still do plays. This is a picture from our last presentation, the last 5 years. About half of our programming is still plays. So we're building upon decades of being a producer of plays. And so about 70 of the 140 performances have been plays. And that's all. I'll turn it back over to David.
Thank you. So we were, of course, featured on the front page of the history of Sierra Madre. Curiously enough, although we're on the front page, there's nothing in the book about the Playhouse at all. Michelle Zack, who I said, where's, she said, oh, I think I forgot to put the chapter in. Anyway, we do bring thousands of people a year, and one of the things that Matt has been so successful at doing is to bring new people. So of the 5,000 odd tickets that we sold in the first 6 months, something like 40% were people who come to Sierra Madre Playhouse for the first time, and many of those coming to Sierra Madre for the first time. So we're one of the few historic buildings in Sierra Madre that people can actually visit. Mills Act, if you get it, doesn't mean that people can come and see your building. And we're using our history as a springboard for a very exciting future. We're very lucky to have Matt as our new director. He's done amazing things in a very short time. So we're now looking to the future from this base in the past. And one of the things we have to do is to refurbish the building. We are not ADA compliant. Our ADA bathrooms do not exist. If we have somebody in a wheelchair, they have to be taken across the road to the only place to use the restrooms, which is not a way to encourage audiences to come to the Playhouse. So we're planning a very thorough refurbishment of the building, and in public comment you'll be hearing from our design architect, Liza Kerrigan, who is here. And what I would like to do is to come back in the fall and make a presentation to the council about what our plans for the building and the future are going to be. Once we have completed the plans, will be going to for plan review very soon, and we will then be getting a rough order of magnitude and coming up with a pretty clear idea of how much this will all cost and what will it involve. So with that, I hand back to Joshua.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. So moving back into the designation of a historic landmark, procedurally speaking, there are two criteria that one of two criteria that need to be made to designate a property as historic landmark. The first of those two is on a historic basis, and that can do with events or persons that are significant to history, the early development of Sierra Madre, and so on. And so, as we heard, for 100 years, the site has operated as a venue for cultural performing arts, first as a silent movie theater, and quickly adapting into the rapidly growing entertainment industry. The site brought performing arts of the times to the Sierra Madre community, and in doing so, the site contributed significantly to the Sierra Madre's early cultural and economic growth. The Sierra Madre Playhouse is associated with persons who made significant contributions to its development and transitively to the contributions to the Sierra Madre community. Those persons are Dale White, Ward Calloway, George Agnetti, Barry Schwam, Stan Zales, Vernon Chilton, Bob Hackman, and Charles Andersay. A second of those two criteria is on an architectural basis. However, this property did not qualify, although it has a very pretty facade of an Art Deco style. It was not built or designed or done in the time of period of significance, and therefore does not qualify on an architectural level for historic significance. In that case, though, because one of two criteria that are required to be met can be made, the recommendation is that City Council approve Resolution 2448 that designates the Sierra Madre Playhouse. City Council has the option to approve with modifications this resolution, deny the request citing the findings that cannot be made, or continue the public hearing, providing direction to staff and the applicant. And again, the recommendation is to approve. This recommendation is also backed up by the Planning Commission's resolution to designate the Playhouse as a historic landmark. That concludes my presentation, our presentation actually.
Are there any questions?
Except one small one. Is there any cost with this to be designated a historic landmark to the city?
Once a historic landmark is designated, there is a City Council resolution in effect that was adopted back in 2008. It does afford a waiver of fees for plan check and permit related fees. So that would be a revenue cost of the city that is afforded for historic landmark purposes. That is the only cost in this sense.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Can I ask a facetious one?
If it's quick.
9/10/24 is Sierra Madre Day. It's too bad that it's already booked, I think, but it'd be wonderful to watch one of the most famous Sierra Madre historical landmark films, which is Invasion of the Body Snatchers, in the theater, like my dad did when he was a kid. That just would have been wonderful. But that's just a facetious question. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I will open that up then for public comment. I do appreciate the push for brevity.
Good evening, and thank you for staying so late. I'm just awed at all of you. I'm Liza Kerrigan from 551 Alta Vista Drive. I've been working on the design of the Playhouse, all sorts of iterations for over 10 years. It's taken 10 years for us to get to this point because it is an old building. It's an extremely old building, and it doesn't meet a lot of codes. Obviously, we're trying to upgrade it for ADA. We will succeed in upgrading it for ADA and mechanical, electrical, and HVAC, but we've had some issues that if it was designated as historic, we are allowed historic code instead of regular building code. And that would really help to preserve the Playhouse and to maintain the Playhouse if we could get that historic designation. It just makes it easier for us to.
Can I ask a quick question about that? Does it matter then if it's designated as a historic by criteria B or A versus, historic by what activity was there or such versus a historical building? Does that matter?
I don't think I can answer that question. I'm just designing it, and I do know from an architectural point of view, once we're designated historic, we have we sort of pivot to a separate code. So B or A, it's just historic, I think, so.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam City Clerk, do we have any other speaker cards? And no emails?
No emails and no speaker cards.
Okay, great. So bringing it back to council for discussion.
It's easy for me. We've been trying to find ways to help the Playhouse, and this looks like a significant way to help them out. I'm really looking forward to approving this.
The only omission was there was a guy named David Gordon was not listed as one of the significant people on that. And I thought that's a serious omission. But yes, totally
I thought maybe
agree.
they deeded the Playhouse to him in recognition. All right, if no further,
To approve resolution 2448.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And now you may leave.
You don't want to stay?
Oh, thank you.
If we didn't approve, we don't get it. Because then it would look like a bribe.
Yeah.
Now it's a reward.
Thank you. Thank you. I was gonna go look for it, so thank you.
Amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, I love it.
Thank you.
Oh, so good.
Yay.
I was just gonna ask you if they have an extra one, could you give it to
All right. All right, James, what have you got for us? Better be better than jam.
Yeah. Good evening, and I will make this as quick as possible. Tonight, staff is recommending that the City Council receive and file the July 23rd, 2024 Strategic Plan Update. Taking recommendations from the previous the February 13th review, staff has added the color-coded system, which is applied to the action step indices to provide information on the status of various items. I did receive some comments before the meeting that there are a couple of the indexes that were missed, and that will be corrected and for the plan to be put back up on the website. We also placed organizational sustainability strategic objective to the top. You'll notice the various target dates have been adjusted to reflect the most realistic estimations. The consultant's report from the initial meeting will be included. Again, I missed putting that on the attachment, but it will be added to the website under our strategic planning area. Various metrics have been added to the action steps to increase precision. There's a couple other items that I've picked up, such as the Fire Safe Council and FireWise discussion that we had tonight. That's been added to our strategic plan. And there's other various updates that have been removed, added, and changed. Since this publication, there's a couple things I'd like to update. I put in red, there's some concern about the pre-designed ADU designs. And that when I put this together, it didn't seem like there was a avenue at that time, but I understand that there is a lot of movement with that. So we're going to take that back down to yellow and let staff and the Planning Commission work through that a little bit. And the other one I wanted to point out too, it was in red, is that we had not heard from Tesla in a couple of months, and that changed at the end of last week, and we have a meeting with them on Thursday. So I won't go through each one of these, but I'm here to answer any questions on any of the items that are here. Again, I can always bring it back as a updated draft, or I can let the council know when it's posted, corrected, and posted up on the website.
Start with questions? Yes, please.
Thank you for bringing this back to us, and I like the color coding and the updates. I probably should have asked this early in the evening, but you might not even know the answer, but was the strategic plan a document that was shared with both the fire and the police master plan facilitators?
No, not the consultants, but both chiefs. So I did work actually in the E-team context with pretty much all of the directors to see how their anticipated master plans would fit into some of the items in here. For example, properly equipping the fire department. And you'll notice that the update says that we will take the recommendations from the master plan and go to the city manager and city council based on that, and tried to find the right quarter that I thought that would happen, but not the consultants themselves.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a good plan. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
A high-level one. So how is this being used by staff in the departments?
It's going to be used for, theoretically, any major decision that comes down the pike. It could be a capital improvement consideration. It could be a very important item that goes to council. Does it fit with our strategic plan? Is this something outside of our strategic plan that maybe should be included? Since there's such a variety of items in here, I think it can be used in a variety of different ways. But it's also meant to keep the community and the council and everybody on track and aware of what we're trying to do.
And why do you say theoretically?
Well, I said theoretically when I said it should be used for everything we're going to do. I can't tell you for sure that every decision is going to be weighed against a strategic plan. But like I say, the really important stuff, the unique stuff, I imagine will be.
It's not now?
To a degree. For example, I'm still waiting for a little bit more clarity on the rebranding of the city. So when we are looking to put out our e-blasts, our Village Vine, our social media stuff like that, that is always considered. We are making our colors, we're making our schemes, everything like that is the same. But are we sitting there every single time we post a Facebook post thinking specifically about the rebranding goal in here? I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Okay, any public comment?
No speaker cards received, Madam Mayor.
Okay, any discussion? I don't know, personally I thought this was very user-friendly and you know, I'm a visual person, so it was good to sort of just be able to kind of tick through visually where we're at and, you know, kind of take note of the red stop signs and I'm glad to hear some of those may move back into caution. So yeah, I mean, it's great. This I think is the kind of update that personally I was expecting and hoping for when we talked about having periodic updates after we adopted the full plan.
You know,
I'd like to continue to see it like on a quarterly basis. I think it would be helpful. And I'd also like to encourage staff to try to use it in the decision making. It doesn't need to be you know, handcuffs or letter of the law type of thing, but to help guide us, I think it's a really helpful document. I think it gets better every time I see it. So, you know, thanks to Management Analyst Carlson for all the hard work on it. I know that you've spent a lot of time putting this together. I'll also note the spelling of wisteria on there, so nicely done.
I mean, my understanding and through discussions we had on our one-on-ones that it was sort of a key reference during the budget process. So I don't know if City Manager, you wanted to speak to that.
Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is our guiding document when we work through our budget, and there's a lot of ideas that are brought up, and when those ideas are brought up, we go back to our strategic plan to see if those are the goals and objectives that not just the council, but staff and the community had input in. And again, I'd like to add that this is a living document, and as we revisit it on an annual basis, we can look to see what other future items need to be considered in response to community needs.
Yeah, I mean, to the extent that you're using it as a guiding document for the budget, and like you said, if you know ideas are brought up and it's determined that those ideas are outside of the current scope, you know, I think it'd be great at one of the updates for us to hear some of those and then decide whether we want them to be in scope, meaning that we would then, you know, adjust the strategic plan accordingly. Okay, I don't think we actually have any action on this.
Final, right? Yeah.
So I think we're on our last agenda item. City Clerk Aguilar, would you like to introduce our consideration of Resolution 24-50 around the ballot question?
Thank you. I will attempt to be as concise as possible. This was brought to the City Council at the July 9th meeting. The City Council directed staff to return with an update to the ballot question in order to bring clarity to the voters. The ballot question that is before the City Council this evening presents the amendments to it since the last meeting, and the City Council is being asked to consider the approval of Resolution 24-50 and also the ballot question that will be put forth to the citizens at the November 5th election this year. That concludes my report.
Any questions?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So when we last had this, we asked City Attorney to do some tuning and edits to it. Can you talk a little bit about the process, kind of what you thought through, what you were able to do, what you were not able to do based on our direction?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I reviewed the language and I tried to make it more user-friendly, because if the council members were having difficulty understanding what the question was asking, then an ordinary member of the public would have that difficulty as well. So really what I did is I didn't change the substance so much as I changed where the phrases are placed in the sentence. But I did keep it a single sentence. I clarified the dates that this tax is going to be imposed. And instead of saying 7 years, for example, I put in the actual dates from what date to what date. And I took away the bullet points and I made it read just like a paragraph. I got feedback that that was more user-friendly.
Thank you.
Okay, if no further questions, I'll open it up for public comment.
No speaker cards, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Any discussion?
Nice job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, it addresses exactly the concern that I raised in the last discussion, so thank you very much.
It's hard to get that all in 75 words.
Especially with the specific language, it has to start with shall, and I'm learning more about election law than I ever thought I would.
All right, if no further discussion, I will entertain a motion.
Move to adopt Resolution 2450.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution passes. All right, our last item on the agenda is planning our future meeting. Any future agenda items?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Looking at the budget book and considering the purchase of the police vehicles, I'd love to and we've got like 6 vehicles that are on the capital improvement plan. I'd like to have a discussion on a transportation electrification process, strategy. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I'd like to agendize that for a future meeting.
Perhaps that can be in conjunction with the, well, it probably won't happen that quickly, but I mean, it seems to me that will the police department master plan touch on equipment, or is that more of a function of the fire report?
I don't believe that the master plans are gonna go into electrification of fleet.
Yeah, no, not electrification, but for just equipment needs generally. I think the fire plan will. I'm not so sure about the police.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor Pro Tem, but we're looking at a citywide fleet electrification.
Yes, I was thinking about citywide fleet, yes. So it wouldn't limit it to police or fire, or it'd be utilities, it would be in anything. So as we make those decisions, my thought is that, like, are there things that need to be excluded from that? Are there things that can be included? I think in some of the, well, I can't go into discussion, but I think there's already some thought on it, and I'd like to hear more of it and see if we can put some process around it.
So a recommendation could be that maybe the council could direct the Natural Resources Commission to look into a vehicle electrification policy for the citywide, and give maybe a strict deadline or have monthly or quarterly updates leading up to that point, the Natural Resources could then bring back a recommendation to council based on input from staff. I can tell you that our fleet department from Division of Public Works looks at every single vehicle purchase to see if either ICE or EV meets the needs of that department, and if we have, not that we have the infrastructure, but what it would take to build that infrastructure to make that purchase electric. So we do have that process in place, but we don't have a policy in place, and I think the Natural Resources Commission would probably be the best place to start. That's a recommendation.
I'm very comfortable with making that as my recommendation then, and with an update, if we can get an update by the end of the calendar year, that would be great.
Any other items? Anybody want to make the?
To adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you all. And this was our last meeting for the summer. We will be dark in August, and we will see you in September.
Adjourn at exactly 10 o'clock.
That is effective.